Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly K. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to start watching another trial together. I love watching trials with you. This one is taking place in Horry County. I just got taught by a local how to say it. Thank you so much for you know who you are in chat. It's not Horry County, it's Horry County, South Carolina, and it is about a case dating back to October of 2020. So we have not done trial prep on this case. I did do a little trailer for you if you were waiting for this live stream. Hope you watched that. That'll give you a good overview. And of course, if you expand the description box, there's a case background right up there for you. So let me just make sure I've got everything set up here. I am wearing blue in honor of Gregory Rice, the victim in this case, who was 46 years old. He was last seen on October 2nd of 2020. Okay, now let me show you this. So I'm wearing blue because in this picture of him, he's wearing such a nice blue shirt. I do not know what his favorite color is. I also put some new emojis for Grizzly members, as well as blue hearts in honor of Gregory Rice. Okay, so before we get into that, look at this. Okay, so the lady here, her name is Meagan Jackson. She's 40 years old and she's on trial in Horry County, South Carolina. And damn, it's about time, because this crime, took place in October of 2020. It's 4.5 years later, and here we are, right? So Gregory's family has been waiting a long time for this, because it's felt really long just from articles I've read and things to say of why is this taking so long? Now, here is the thing. He was last seen October 2nd of 2020, and she reported him missing. Okay, he was 46 years old. And guess what? It turned out that, there's a third person here, involved here, okay? That guy's name is Christopher Dontell. So, to give you the tea, she had an affair with him. He was the deputy coroner of Horry County, and she transported bodies. So both of them, as you'll hear the prosecutor say later, were in the business of death. Whoa, and then she had 4 children with the guy on the right, the victim, Gregory Rice. But then she told this guy that she's pregnant with his child. And these two, with their affair, allegedly started plotting to murder Gregory Rice. Now again, he was last seen October 2nd of 2020. His body was discovered on November 8th of 2020, so just more than a month later. And that was along the Little Pee Dee River. His body was wrapped in tarp. There were zip ties. There were cinder blocks. It sounds absolutely horrible. And from what I've read, it seems like he was shot at least 5 times. These two were arrested. They were going to be on trial separately in December of 2024, when his trial was due to start. And I actually saw that. I watched that. You know, when you see in your search history, when you click on something, you're like, oh yeah, I saw that. On that day, he decided that's it. He's pleading guilty. And so he accepted a plea deal, which means that he will now be testifying against her in this trial. That is going to be, oh my word, because when you see this defendant, she rolls her eyes more than me, you guys. She rolls her eyes a lot. She makes faces a lot, just from the little glimpses I've had in the courtroom already. And just so that you know, if you watched the trailer that I made for you earlier, I was not sure how long this trial will last. So I contacted the court clerk, and they said it should last for this week. And I'm like, this week? Like, sir, sir, today is Tuesday, June 10th. Yeah, it's set to last this week. It may go over into next week, but they don't expect it to. Oh my word. Now, here's one more thing. She actually did bond out, because I was looking, well, is she out on bond? No bond? What is it? She actually bonded out. She violated her bail conditions twice. So she's in jail. She's not at home. She's not bonded out. And some of those conditions included that she may not contact him. And she did. And she did. Okay. So Stefan says, it sounds like a snark fest. I think it's going to be a very spicy trial. A snark fest for sure. The defendant herself is pretty damn snarky and eye rolling and all that. And then, whoa, this morning already, I just checked out a little bit of what was going on. And even between the judge and everyone, damn, it's going to be quite a week for us. All right. So I hope that helped. If it didn't help, just expand the description box and read what I wrote for you there, okay? I quite like that this time we don't know all that much about this. I tried to do as much homework as possible, of course. Not that I knew until I could see, oh, they are actually streaming this. I was very interested in this case, but I just didn't know if this was actually going to be, that we could watch it together. Was it going to be streamed or not, or what's happening? I'm so glad that it is. I'm so glad we can watch another trial together. And now let's get ready to do that, to do just that. So the point is, when I was trying to do homework, there wasn't that much out there. Can't find many documents. There's not that much out there. I'm like, okay. So by the way, did I tell you her charges even? I did in the trailer, but let me tell you again quickly now. Wait 1 second. She faces charges, Meagan Jackson, 40 years old, of murder, criminal conspiracy, kidnapping, conspiracy to commit kidnapping, and 4 counts of unlawful neglect of a child. And I like that they threw that charge in there. Oh, sorry. I like that they threw that charge in there because they say that she neglected her children while she was, you know, out committing the murder, is what the state says, right? Blue Froggy, welcome to all the new members. All right, so here we go. I just want to show you the beginning here because my goodness, they were snarking it up. Oh, is it, wait, I got to boost it. The sound isn't great at first.
Now, started. The jury has selected juror number 348, Gregory Rice. All right. We'll mark this as the sheet that was sent out. And all that.
I don't want to like keep you too long, so what I want to show you here.
Clerk of court, what?
I'm just going to tell you that they're arguing about whether they can show pictures of a gun that they retrieved. But just look at the snark between the prosecutor, that's the lady there in the coral outfit. Whoa, and even the judge. Look at this.
The state would propose is that when it comes time, sort of an hour order of witnesses, that stipulation would be appropriate, that I be allowed to read it into the record.
See, this is why I want to kind of skip forward.
Is that Your Honor?
I'll show you quickly. This is the defendant, 40-year-old Meagan Jackson. And yeah, she can make faces. So I'm just showing you little bits because in the beginning there were audio issues and there was signal in and out and all that. So we're just going to go to opening statements any minute now. But just check this out.
And that's fine, I think, as I'm thinking
As long
that
as it's on the record.
it's on the record, and yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. Anything further from the state?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, sir. Under Rule 615, we'd like to question the witnesses, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection?
No, Your Honor, I do have a statutory victim in the courtroom. The other civilians are not testifying. Detective Susie is our law enforcement lead, and we would ask for reciprocal sequestration of any defense witnesses.
All right. So,
Okay, you get the gist. You get the gist. You can see the defendant is sitting over here, Meagan Jackson, and this is the prosecutor. I'm yet to find out all their names, okay? I'm yet to find that out. I only know the judge's name is Benjamin Culbertson. Okay, so here, let's go forward now to where they fetched the jury. There are 12 jurors and 4 alternates. And they were chosen yesterday. Native Queen says, "You look so beautiful in your blue blouse. Thank you so much. I've taken all my court jackets in for dry cleaning."
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope everybody had a good evening. I appreciate your promptness this morning. That's great assistance to the court. I want to thank you for being on time, and I apologize for keeping you in the jury room for so long. Now, we are getting ready to start the trial of the case of the state of South Carolina versus Meagan Marie Jackson. I've got some preliminary charges I need to give you before we get started on that case. I understand, Mr. Roberts, you have been selected as foreperson, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for serving in that capacity. If you'd always occupy the seat where you now sit. The alternates, if you would always occupy the alternate seats unless you become a part of the 12-panel jury. As I told the rest of you, you're at liberty to sit in whatever seat you like, whether you alternate seats, use the same seat, or whatever makes you feel more comfortable. All right. As I also told you during jury qualifications and during voir dire, jurors, just like witnesses, are constantly taking oaths. So I'll need all members of the jury to please stand and raise your right hand while the clerk administers the oath for you to serve as jurors on this case.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm you will well and truly try the issues joined in this case and a true verdict rendered according to the law and evidence, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
All right, is there any member of the jury that did not respond to the oath by saying I do or yes? If so, please stand. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we're getting ready to start the trial of the case of the state of South Carolina versus Meagan Marie Jackson. Now, I know from watching TV shows, movies, reading books, things for entertainment, trials are usually full of a lot of suspense, a lot of action. While that might be the case in this trial, it probably won't be. I think what you're going to find is that trials are often slow, repetitive processes, the exact opposite of what you might be accustomed to when you read about trials or watch trials for entertainment purposes. But I hope you do find the trial entertaining. I hope you find it educational, and I want to thank you from the outset for serving as jurors on this case. Now, the attorneys appearing before you are advocates for the parties they represent, but first and foremost, they are officers of the court. They're sworn to uphold the integrity and the fairness of our judicial system and to help you in a search for the truth. You should expect them to be professional, competent, and ethical in the representation of their client's interests. What I now say to you is intended to serve as an introduction to the trial of this case. These remarks are not a charge on the law of this case. I'll instruct you on the law applicable to this case at the end of the trial before you retire to consider your verdict. This is merely an explanation of the procedure that we will follow in the trial of this case so that you can better understand what might be happening. Now, the defendant is charged by 2 indictments, one charging the defendant with murder and one charging the defendant with criminal conspiracy to commit murder. Now, I'll explain the elements of those crimes to you at a later time. What you need to know now, though, is that these indictments are simply the charges by which this case is brought into this court. They are not in any sense evidence of any of the allegations contained in them. The defendant has pled not guilty to these indictments, and therefore the state has the burden of proving each element of each indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. It will be your duty, ladies and gentlemen, to decide whether or not the state has met that burden. Your purpose as jurors is to find and determine the facts of this case. You're the sole judge of the facts of this case. If at any time I make a comment regarding the facts of this case, you must disregard my comments. You are to determine the facts of this case from the testimony that you hear and any other evidence that is introduced during the trial of this case. It is up to you to determine the inferences which you feel may properly be drawn from that evidence. It is especially important that you perform your duty of determining the facts diligently and conscientiously, because ordinarily there is no way to correct an erroneous determination of the facts by a jury. On the other hand, and with equal emphasis, the same law that makes you the judge of the facts in this case makes me the judge of the law. The law is given to you by the court is the only law that you may consider. You must accept and follow the law as I give it to you, even though you may disagree with it. Just as I cannot tell you what the facts of this case are, you cannot disagree with me about the law to be applied in this case. Your job is to take the law as I give it to you and apply it to the facts as you find those facts to be from the testimony of witnesses and any other evidence that is introduced during this trial.
Sorry to pause it there. I just want to chip in. Okay, Kay's Beautiful Struggle asked were they married or not. So Meagan Jackson was not married to Gregory Rice, but they had 4 children together, and they'd already separated. Even though they were married, they'd already separated from 2019. However, she had been having the affair, and Gregory Rice was last seen on October 2nd of 2020. And I mean, that's why even more so when people say, why not just divorce? Why do this at all? Why at all? It probably is a fight over the kids, isn't it? I'm sure we're going to hear a lot from we're going to learn a lot from these opening statements. This one has even less of a poker face than me. I don't have a poker face. You could see I'm feeling based on what we're watching. But like this one, oh my word. I feel like right now she's trying to manipulate the jury. What do you think? She's innocent until proven guilty. Just remember that. But look at her. It's like, earlier she went like, oh my word. She's very busy with her face.
After doing that, you will then render your verdict, a true and just verdict under the solemn oath that you just took as jurors. Now, until I advise you to begin your deliberations, you must not discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. Don't discuss it with any friends, family members, or anyone involved in the case. After the case is submitted to you, you can then discuss it, but only in the jury room with your fellow jurors. The attorneys and parties in this case have been advised that they're not to talk to you at all, so they're not being rude. They're just following the instructions of the court. During the trial, you're not to read or listen to or watch any news reports about the case. This includes anything that may be in the newspaper or on the internet, the radio, or television. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside of the courtroom, whether that be before or during the trial of this case. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any issue in this case until all of the evidence has been presented to you. The parties have made their closing arguments, and I've instructed you on the law to be applied in this case. It is your solemn responsibility to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant, and your verdict must be based solely on the evidence as it is presented to you in this trial and on the law, as I instruct you during and at the close of the trial. Now, in just a moment, the solicitor will make what is called an opening statement, in which the solicitor will explain to you the issues in this case, or at least what the solicitor thinks the issues in this case are. The attorney for the defendant may also make an opening statement, although he is not required to do so. What the attorneys tell you during their opening statements is not evidence in this case. It is only their contention as to what the issues in this case are. The evidence in this case will be presented to you by testimony of sworn witnesses from the witness stand and any other exhibits that may be introduced into evidence. Now, in determining what the true facts are in this case, you must decide whether or not the testimony of a witness is believable. It is my responsibility to rule as a matter of law as to whether certain testimony is admissible at all or not. But once testimony is admitted into evidence, whether or not you believe it is solely for you to determine. In deciding whether to believe a witness, you have the right to consider the interest of any witness, the bias of any witness, the prejudice of any witness, the opportunity for the witness to have seen the matters and things about which the witness may testify, and the way the witness acts on the witness stand. You have the right to consider anything that is in the record that will help you evaluate the testimony of the witnesses. That means that it is your duty to pay close attention to these witnesses, to observe the witnesses, to listen to the witnesses, and pay close attention to the attorneys and to the court. Don't let your thoughts wander, but give strict attention to the testimony in this case, so that at the end of all of the testimony, after the arguments of counsel and a charge on the law by the court, you will then be in a position to determine what the true facts are and apply the law to those facts, and thus render a true and just verdict. Now, I understand that some of you have asked to take notes during the trial of this case. I will allow you to take notes. However, I must give you some instructions on note-taking. First of all, your notes are personal to you and cannot be shared with anyone.
Listen, Grizzly, did you hear that? You're allowed to take notes, okay? But don't share it with anyone, okay? I'll also be taking notes.
So the clerk of court is going to provide you with a pad and either a pencil or a pen or writing instrument. The first thing you need to do is to write your name on the first sheet of that pad. And make sure you use your pad every time and you don't share it with anyone. When you leave the courtroom, take a break or whatever, you will need to leave your pads in the jury box. When you return to the courtroom, make sure you have your pad and no one else's pad. Next, don't try to write down everything that is stated by a witness. You're going to miss some testimony.
But sir, I always like to scribble, what? Okay, don't write down everything they say, okay? Did you hear that, court lurker? Yeah, we're not allowed to write down everything. We have to listen.
The purpose of note-taking is to jot down a note to refresh your memory as to a matter that you think is important. If you try to write everything a witness says down, number one, you're not going to observe the witness. And number two, you're not going to be able to keep up with the entire testimony. But if a witness testifies to something or an exhibit is introduced into evidence and you want to make sure you remember that at a later time, just jot a quick note to refresh your memory. And then finally, note-taking is not required. Some people are better note takers than others. Some people can recall testimony and evidence without taking notes. So do not feel that you are required to take notes. You're not. It's up to you. It's a personal decision for you to make. All right, I'm going to go ahead and have the clerk of court hand out the pads, the writing utensils, write your name on the first page, and as I said, if you choose to take notes, just use it to refresh your memory.
Well, we already have a coffer in the courtroom. I think we were very spoiled with the Maxwell Anderson trial, huh? Especially because they had that like partition, so we couldn't hear the coffers in the gallery. We had one now, and oh my word, okay, some snark. Let me say some snark. I'll go gentle. Damn, the defendant, man, when she's got whatever she's got in her cheek and eating whatever sweet she's got, it looks so annoying. She has a very annoying face. Not? Is it just me?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the trial of this case with the opening statements. And as I told you in the opening charges, these statements are not evidence in this case. It is simply the attorney's contentions as to what they think the issues in this case are. Ms. Walter, Ms. Waller, who wishes to make a statement for the state?
May it please the court, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. This week you're going to hear facts and evidence in this case. And those facts and evidence are going to tell a story. And it's going to be a familiar story because it's a tale as old as time. It's the story of an affair, a pregnancy, and a murder. And the victim of that murder is Gregory Rice, the defendant's the father of 4 of her children. And when you look at the facts and evidence and events that you're going to hear about this week, there's one person who connects all of those things. There's one person at the center of everything you're going to hear. And that person is Meagan Jackson. She's sitting right over there. Now, when you look at Meagan Jackson, you may think, she looks meek, mild. She's a small woman. But looks can be deceiving. And this defendant is certainly deceiving. She deceived Greg Rice. She deceived our co-defendant, Christopher Dontell. She deceived Christopher Dontell's wife, Erica Dontell. And she deceived law enforcement. So as you're watching this, make no mistake. The defendant may look like a victim or portray herself that way. She may look meek and mild, but she is a master manipulator. And that's what she did in this case. And not only is she a master manipulator, she was literally in the business of death. Her job back in 2020 when this occurred was as a body transport person, a body mover. So what she would do, she worked for a company that whenever someone died of natural causes, or if it was a homicide or even a gruesome accident, she would respond in her van and she would pick up the body and she would take it wherever it needed to go. So that's what she did. And in the course of that job and that employment, she met a man named Christopher Dontell. Christopher Dontell was also in the business of death. Before she got the job as the body transport business person, that's what he did. And he trained her. And then he became a deputy coroner, and it was his job, much like Meagan, to respond to these scenes of death and to fill out paperwork and to perform the duties of the coroner. In the course of that employment, Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell saw one another very often, and they became close. Now, Christopher Dontell at the time he had a pretty good life, a pretty normal, I would say, everyday life. He worked as a deputy coroner. He was married to a school teacher.
Don't worry, the sound comes back. This is from the court feed. We're at the mercy of it, remember? So here and there, sometimes the sound is also out of sync with the mouth moving, but don't worry, it gets better, okay?
Community. And at the same time, Meagan Jackson had been in a relationship with Gregory Rice, the victim in this case. They shared 4 kids. About approximately a year before this murder occurred, she and Gregory Rice broke up. They were no longer together, but they were kind of always connected because they shared these 4 kids. You know, if you share kids, you're going to always have to talk to someone. They would speak about the kids, they would text and call, and that's really what their communications were about. So after Meagan broke up with Greg, she pretty quickly moved on to Christopher Dontell. She set her sights on him, and she basically infiltrated his life. She literally bought a house in the same neighborhood right down the street from him. She befriended his wife. She befriended his kids. She started buying the family expensive gifts with an inheritance she had gotten and made promises of more. She spent her days hanging out with his wife and Christopher Dontell. She became, in a large part, a third party in their marriage. And because Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson were kind of dealing in death, they were doing this job where they were transporting bodies and responding to these scenes, they had a reason to be out at all hours of the day or night without anyone raising any suspicions with anyone. They could be together, they could be out all night, they could spend the night, he could spend the night at her house, and no one thought anything. She actually started an affair with Dontell and conducted that affair right under his wife's nose. She was hiding in plain sight, and she was deceiving everyone. So around, I'll say September 2020, a couple of things happened that kind of changed things. The first thing that happened is Meagan Jackson got pregnant with Christopher Dontell's child. At the same time, someone anonymously began exposing the affair between Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell to Eric Dontell, his wife, through texts and emails that kind of had pictures and statements about what had been going on. That was done anonymously, but Meagan Jackson represented to Dontell that Greg Rice was responsible for those things. Now, the judge said that you're the judge of the facts, and I'm going to ask you, as you're watching the facts and evidence that's presented in this courtroom, ask yourself, who had the biggest motive to blow up Christopher Dontell's marriage? Ask yourself that question. So that was going on, and then on October 2nd, 2020, Gregory Rice disappeared. A Friday night, he just disappeared. And Meagan Jackson began acting very quickly to divert suspicion away from herself. That weekend, she had an officer do a welfare check on Gregory Rice. She showed up at his house when normally she would make him come pick up the kids. That Monday morning, she showed up at the police department and filed a missing persons report. And in the course of filing that report, she tried to portray Greg as some degenerate drug user, which was the furthest thing from the truth. He basically
Okay, I'm going to say it one more time. We are at the mercy of the court feed. They had some technical issues initially. It does get better. Okay, so here and there, the mouth and the sound is out of sync. And here and there, the sound goes out completely. But don't worry, it comes back very quickly. I always eye it first before we start a trial. How's the quality? What's the audio like? What's the courtroom like? All of that before I bring it to you. So it gets better, okay? Leanne said justice for Mr. Rice. Normally, I wouldn't pause during opening statements. I just wanted to let you know so you don't panic. The guy pictured here is the victim, Gregory Rice. He was 46 years old. And the two pictured on the right would be Chris Dontell, the deputy coroner, as well as Meagan Jackson, who's on trial. This is Meagan Jackson, who's on trial.
went to work, took care of his kids, and stayed home. He was a homebody. So she was trying to divert suspicion. But police began looking for Gregory Rice, and they do what police do. They start looking first at people closest to him. So they look at Meagan Jackson. They just see quickly that she's having an affair with Christopher Dontell. The other thing that police start doing when they're looking for someone is they start looking at cell phone records. I'm sure, although I know you're not allowed to have them now, that almost everyone here has a cell phone, and you pretty much take it with you everywhere you go. I know I do. And when your cell phone, when you make a call or you get a text, or sometimes when your phone's just running an app in the background or doing something, it connects to the cellular network and it hits these towers that are located around the county. There's one pretty close to the courthouse you may have seen. And based on those kind of cell phone records, police can identify the approximate location of people, where they are. They can kind of track movements that way. So police began looking at Gregory Rice's cell phone records. And one of the most striking things they noticed is the last person that he spoke to the night he disappeared, October 2nd, 2020, was Meagan Jackson. Police also start looking to see where Greg was. So once they realize that Meagan Jackson's having this affair, that she's the last person to speak to Greg Rice on the phone, or it looks like that's the last phone call he can, suspicion falls on her and Christopher Dontell pretty quickly. The last phone call he can. Suspicion falls on her and Christopher Dontell pretty quickly. But nobody knows where Greg Rice is, because they haven't found him. Now, police know the longer Greg is missing, the less likely they are to find him alive. So as time passes, police begin to suspect strongly that Greg Rice is dead. And lo and behold, about a month after he goes missing, Donna Sue Soles was setting catfish lines in the Little Pee Dee River. For those of you who don't know, that's the geographical border between Horry and Marion County. They were setting catfish lines in the middle of the night. They happened upon the body of Greg Rice. Greg had been shot. He had been wrapped in a tarp that was zip tied. Someone had taken ratchet straps and wrapped around it and weighted it down with cinder blocks to try to, and dumped him in the river. So that's a big break in the case for police. It also gives them a new lead to follow. That lead is they start looking at the tarp and the cinder blocks and all these items that Greg's wrapped in, and they start going to stores around Horry County to see if any store sells those items in particular, because those items have tags on them. So they end up going to Lowe's Home Improvement, which is a national chain, I'm sure you all know, and they speak to the security officer, and he starts looking at receipts. And he finds a receipt from October 3rd, the day after the murder, where a person bought all of those items together, and I think a Pepsi Zero. So he goes and he says, that's a rather suspicious shopping list. It's basically a murder dump kit. So he goes and looks at surveillance footage, and he finds Christopher Dontell pushing a shopping cart through the Lowe's checkout line with a cart with a tarp, zip ties, cinder blocks, and ratchet straps. And that leads police. They start looking for surveillance video. They know the body was dumped in the Little Pee Dee River. So they start looking for routes you would take to get there from kind of this area, the beach area where Christopher Dontell lived. And they find surveillance footage from a convenience store, Little Pee Dee Exchange, showing Christopher Dontell going back and forth to the dump site in his county vehicle. At the same time, of course, suspicion has already fallen on Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson, but at that time, police start looking a little closer. And they start looking at cell phone records, any surveillance they can get. They look at license plate readers. And for those of you who don't know, license plate readers are cameras. A lot of municipalities have them, and the Myrtle Beach has some out on the highways that the cameras capture the license plate of your car as you pass by. So you can tell where cars are on the highway sometimes by looking at these license plate readers. So police start looking at cell phone records, surveillance, and license plate reader to track the movements of Meagan Jackson, Christopher Dontell, and Gregory Rice. And what do they discover? Well, the most striking and obvious thing police discover is that Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell were together the entire night of October 2nd, the night that Greg went missing. They left, they met up about 6:30 in the evening at the Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve. That's just a wildlife management area where you can go, you can see endangered plant species or walk around and look at nature. But what they were there for, police found out later, was target practice. They were actually shooting guns. Meagan liked to shoot, so that's what they were there doing that day that Greg was murdered. They left there, they went to Abuelo's, which is a restaurant, Coastal Grand Mall, you may have seen it. They're on surveillance camera there eating for about an hour. They leave around 8, and then they come back. Christopher Dontell comes back about an hour later, about 9 o'clock, to use the bathroom. He tells police that in that hour they were driving around conducting their affair, that he was receiving oral sex from Meagan, that that's what they did when they were together. They eventually end up at Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Now, Myrtle Beach Funeral Home It's a funeral home. It's on the bypass over near Market Common. You probably know where that is. It's basically a crematorium. Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell had access to that funeral home because of their jobs. The county sometimes would store bodies in the coolers there if there were just not enough room at the coroner's office. So they were there, and their cell phone records put them there. Around 9:45, Meagan Jackson calls Greg Rice. And these are approximate times. Around 10 o'clock, she calls him a second time. At the same time, her body transport van, the one that she uses for work when she's doing her job as a body mover, is seen entering the homeowners associations, entering the gate of Arrowhead community where Greg lived. It captured on the homeowners association's license plate reader. She goes in there, or her van goes in there. It stays 6 or 7 minutes and then out. At the same time, from 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock that night, Greg Rice's phone is hitting off the tower near his apartment right there at Arrowhead at Flint Lake Apartments. So it doesn't look like he's moving. It looks like he's home. But around 10, the same time Meagan Jackson's van shows up in his neighborhood, his phone starts moving. And what his phone does is it travels to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. At the same time it's traveling, Meagan Jackson's van is traveling toward the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, hitting license plate readers along the highway, the major highways in Myrtle Beach. So Greg's phone and Meagan's van go back to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. Now Greg's phone stays there a little while and makes some data connections. So I told you before, whenever you use your phone, sometimes you're making calls or texts, and that's a user-initiated action that causes your phone to connect. But sometimes your phone connects without you doing anything. It can have something running in the background or some app that uses cellular data, and it'll connect without the user actually doing anything. So just because Greg's phone is connecting does not mean that he's alive. It just means that his phone is there. So eventually, Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson, you can see from phone records and LPR, start traveling towards the Lowe's Food on International Drive. That's an important location for them. That's where they would go to leave cars so that they could conduct their affair, so that they would there was just a place to leave the car, essentially. It's kind of close to the neighborhood. It's right by the Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve, where they were going for target practice. And around 11 o'clock at night, a computer store in that shopping center captures Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell on camera. Christopher Dontell has a bag. Meagan Jackson's there. Importantly, at the same time, Greg Rice's phone makes a data connection to a tower that would put him in the same vicinity around 11 o'clock, a little after 11 o'clock that night. That's the last time Greg's phone ever made any connection with the tower. After that, it's just gone. So that's the last time Greg Rice's phone makes a connection. After that, Meagan Jackson, we learned later that Greg Rice was in the cooler at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, his body. After that, Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell go back to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home to get they were getting belongings so that she could put some of those belongings to set up this welfare check that she did the next day to make it look like he had wandered off an OD. So they went back to get that. But something else happened that's a bit unusual. When they got there, around 12:45 that night, there was a trade embalmer there. And as I said, everyone in this case is kind of in the business of death. The trade embalmer, because Myrtle Beach Funeral Home doesn't have a full-time embalmer, they mostly cremate bodies. The trade embalmer would come on a contract basis and embalm bodies, and he did that kind of whenever it's convenient for him. You'll hear from him. So he was there at 12:45 a.m. that night. He was there in the middle of the night embalming a body. So when Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson showed up, he saw them there. And he'll tell you that. He saw Christopher Dontell there. And they left. They stayed together, kind of, you'll see on tape, they're kind of going back and forth. And then finally, they spend the night together, and then around 8:15 the next morning, they go back to Lowe's Food, and they get in their cars and go their separate ways. So back in December of this year, that's kind of what law enforcement knew about this case. And much like we did here today, Miss Walter and I, the state of South Carolina, we called Christopher Dontell's case to trial, just like we did today. We picked a jury, the same thing. We went through everything. And then as I was sitting in my chair, getting ready to stand up, Christopher Dontell shocked everyone by standing up himself and voluntarily pleading guilty to accessory after the fact of murder with no agreement with the state. That was also allowed law enforcement to fill in some blanks. Christopher Dontell, after he did that, agreed to speak to law enforcement to kind of fill in a lot of missing pieces of this puzzle. You're going to hear from Christopher Dontell. He's going to testify. I have no doubt that Meagan Jackson's attorneys will make a big deal out of the fact that Christopher Dontell has a motive to minimize his conduct and point the finger at Meagan Jackson. The judge has already told you. You, the jury, can decide what to believe, whether you believe some of what he says or all of it. He's going to tell you that that night, when he and Meagan Jackson were at the Myrtle Beach funeral home, she called Greg Rice because she wanted to go confront him. And that Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson took that body transport van into Arrowhead when it hit that license plate reader. And they went in there, and Meagan Jackson called Greg, and when he came walking up to the car, she got out and shot him and killed him. And the two of them hustled out of that van and put him on their body transport stretcher, and they threw him in the back and went back to Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, where they put him in the cooler while they decided what to do. All of that testimony matches what law enforcement already knew. There's nothing that he's saying to us that is not borne out by those cell phone records, surveillance records, and LPR records. You'll see then, too, the next day is when he goes and buys this body dump kit and takes the body, dumps Greg Rice in the Little Pee Dee River. So, you decide what to believe in this case. You decide who you think is responsible for the murder of Gregory Rice. Gregory Rice, and you're going to hear from Christopher Dontell, you're going to see Meagan Jackson sitting over there. The only thing Christopher Dontell and Gregory Rice have in common is Meagan Jackson, who's sitting right over there. That's the only thing. The judge is going to instruct you on the law at the end of this case. He's going to tell you about conspiracy. That's just what it sounds like. It's two people getting together to commit a crime. He's going to give you the definition of murder. In South Carolina, we don't have degrees of murder. We have one definition, and that definition is it's the killing, intentional killing of another person with malice aforethought. None of you guys need that definition to know that shooting someone, wrapping them up in a tarp, and weighing them down with cinder blocks and throwing them in the river is murder. But what you do need to know about South Carolina is South Carolina has something called the hand of one is the hand of all. I'm going to read you what that means. This is the legal definition. If two or more people are together, acting together, assisting each other in committing the offense, the act of one is the act of all, or as it's sometimes said, the hand of one is the hand of all. Two people can be guilty of killing another person when only one of the two had a gun, there was only one bullet, and only one of the two fired the shot that caused the death. So what I'm asking you to do is, if at the end of this case, which I think it's pretty clear and obvious, who's responsible for the death and for the murder of Gregory Rice? And at the end of this case, if you believe that Christopher Dontell and Meagan Jackson are responsible for the murder of Gregory Rice, then there's only one verdict, and that's guilty.
All right, does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Oh my word, you see, it's going to be a very snarky South Carolina trial. Oh my goodness. Like, with everything that was said, even that, and then Christopher Dontell, the guy that she was having an affair with, this guy, yeah, he was going to be on trial, but then he just decided he's pleading guilty. Like, just the way it was all said, whoa. This is going to be interesting. Yeah, Danger Zone says, Snark, Carolina. think it's going to be a good trial. It's not going to be a very long one, though. They said it should last this week. Okay, so let's go to the defense's opening arguments, opening statements.
Yes, sir.
I'll be honest with you, I thought she was going to say Dontell at the end there, because that's what it sounded like, right? That at the end of all that, that Dontell was the one, the hand. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's Case Britton, and I don't want to talk at you guys. I really do my best not to talk at you guys. I'm here with my father, Tommy Britton. I'm here with my younger brother. He hates it when I say that, Preston Britton. I'll be taking a little personal moment here. This is the joy of my life. Probably the last time this will happen. I get to try a case with my father and my brother, but the actual brains are back at the office. I have a younger sister, and we have a new attorney too, Lauren Benton, and also a good staff of paralegals and assistants, which we couldn't be here without. That's the Britton Law Firm plug. So I want to talk about our roles here today. I'm a little different than most people, most lawyers. I like to talk with you guys, and I know y'all can't really talk back with me, but if I just don't want to seem like I'm talking at you, right? It's very tough for me to do because I'm here and y'all don't get to say anything back. But I just want to kind of talk about our roles here today. Our role, honestly, as a defense counsel, if I wanted to, I can go sit down over there. I can go sit down, I can go talk to Mr. Britton. Mr. Britton would say, look, we're not going to say anything else. We don't have to say anything. We don't have that burden. We don't have to say a word. We could let the state put up a witness after witness after witness, introduce evidence, introduce evidence, introduce evidence, and we could just sit there. Not question them, not cross-examine, just let the evidence speak for itself. The evidence, and we'll talk about evidence and the types of evidence here in just a second. That's what we could do, but we'll probably engage with the witnesses that we put up, and we might put up some cases and some witnesses too. Now the state, let's go back to the state in a second. You heard the judge, and now I have to be very careful when I talk about the judge because he is the rule. He's the man, he's in charge here. Solicitor and I, we may get some little arguments about something, whether it's admissible. I may not like her tone, although I very much doubt that. She may not like that tone. I probably can get that way. Sorry. I apologize if I come off gruff at sometimes or condescending. I don't mean that. But the judge is the one that tells y'all or us if we are right or wrong. Sustained, whoever made that objection, it's allowed. Overruled, can't do that. He's that guy. And then he, of course, like he said, he instructs you on the law. And he'll do that at a later date. Now, the heaviest lift in this whole entire courtroom, maybe besides y'all, the state. You've all heard these glorious things before. The burden of proof. It's heavy on the state. Innocent until proven guilty, right? Innocent until proven guilty. The state has that burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And another fun little term there, reasonable doubt, we'll get back to that as well, that my client, who is shrouded in innocence, was presumed innocent all the way until y'all say she's guilty, until the state proves that beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the burden they have through all their evidence that they have. Now let's talk about the evidence they have. You have usually two types of evidence. You got direct evidence, and you've got circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence, though, is like DNA, blood, crime scene photos. That's funny, too, crime scene photos. So I'm not going to say there's not a lot of evidence. I'm not going to say there's zero evidence, zero direct evidence. But in a murder case, I'd like to see a lot more. I'd like to see a murder weapon. Don't have it. I'd like eyewitness testimony. Don't have any eyewitness testimony. I like video of the crime. I don't have video of the crime. I like audio of the crime. I don't have audio of the crime. I don't have any of that. I don't have any of that direct evidence. The stuff that a murder case should have. Shouldn't you have the weapon? Well, but let's talk about circumstantial evidence, because this case is loaded with it. Now, circumstantial evidence, I like circumstantial evidence. It gets a bad rap in like TV shows, and you heard the judge talk about that in movies. You know, it wasn't me, it was the one-armed man, you know, that kind of stuff. Those things, it's circumstance. I love it because it requires y'all to infer. It requires y'all to question. Does it prove what it says it proves? a really good example, and I have to give my brother credit for this. You walk outside, the ground's wet. You remember last night, forecaster didn't say it was going to rain. Ed didn't say it was going to rain. So you think, well, maybe it rained. Also, possibly though, did your sprinkler system turn on? So what in the world could help you figure that out? Well, you kind of look over at your neighbor's yard. Well, his ground's wet too. What does that prove? Nothing, but except both your grounds are wet, because his sprinkler system could somehow run at the same time as yours. All right, so maybe you look to your neighbor to the left. Holy cow, his lawn is wet too. Now, if I'm the person that walked out and looked right and left, I'm starting to think, okay, it rained last night, I must have missed something. Quick shower. Hey, you live in Myrtle Beach, International Waterway, rains in Conway, doesn't rain in Myrtle Beach, that happens, right? That's plausible, it's possible, all right? Then you look across the street, and it's like the Sahara Desert. Your neighbor's got not a drop of land over there. You look to the left of his house, dry as land over there, and you look to the right of his house, sprinkler system's still going on, and there's a flood going on. What do we know? We're pretty sure it didn't rain, and we're pretty positive that Earl on the end on the right there has got a flood. He forgot to turn the sprinkler system off, right? So the circumstance is different because the way you view it. You have to add it. You have to link those chains. You have to see that the fact that your neighbor's yard is wet, that makes it a stronger connection that something happened that made the ground wet. It doesn't necessarily prove that it was rain or prove that it was sprinklers. So you look to your neighbor's yard. It does the same thing. It's wet, but it doesn't necessarily prove it. It does make the causation link stronger. But then you look across the street and you see that it's not wet. It's dry. So what do you know? You know that no matter how strong this link, it doesn't matter. It doesn't prove that it came from the sprinklers. But it doesn't prove that it came from the rain. You need that other inference. You need to look at all the surroundings, everything. That's what circumstantial evidence is. Now, in this case, we got a ton of it. A ton of it. Yes, you heard Madam Solicitor talking about the phones being together. Every single thing you heard Madam Solicitor say, guess who else was in there? Dontell. Then she goes at the end there, one of my favorite parts, the hand of one is the hand of all. So are they trying to tell you that you can convict Dontell? Just go ahead and convict Meagan Jackson too? Is that what they're trying to tell you? That if you can infer from all the evidence that Dontell is the one at the beginning of this, the end of this, the middle of this, and the one that has the most to lose, the one that has the motive? Deputy coroner, wife and kids? Meagan Jackson had written Gregory Rice off. She's done. 15 years. Gone. See ya. Bye. She's already done with him. She didn't need to do anything with him anymore. But a deputy coroner? Don't touch me, man. I'm a deputy coroner. He's got something to lose. That's motive. Again, circumstances. I want you're going to hear all kinds of evidence. We're going to try to cross-examine the best we can. Take each piece of evidence. Look at it. Look at the circumstances. Seriously. Most defense, when you've got a criminal defense attorney up here telling you to look at all the evidence, how many times do you hear that? How many times do you hear a criminal defense attorney say, look at this. Look at it. Look. Yeah, I know some bad things are going on here, but look. Really look at it. And if you can do all that, and I worry about it, because society's a little awful. I feel like we want the worst sometimes. Flip on the news. War, gun, who got shot today? It's a bad time out there right now. Now I'm a little different. I really am. I look for the best in people. It's probably because I guess it's why I do what I do. I'm always searching. And it's not about me, but I'm always searching for the best in people. Every single person. Every single one. You. Everyone in here too. Love them. Don't know them. We have a chance. in this courtroom, these halls of justice, to show that the presumption of innocence is paramount. All right? That innocent until proven guilty, means something. Means something. It means that you don't convict somebody of a murder without a murder weapon. You don't convict somebody of a murder without any video of a crime or a shooting, any audio of a crime, of the crime they're accused of, or shooting, or any 911 calls from an apartment complex of that evening with 5 shots. No 911 calls. 0. We don't do that here. We don't convict on circumstances that don't add up. It's like baking a cake or making some soup or whatever, missing the salt. You have to have everything. You have to have everything. And I guarantee you, well, hold on a second. One of my big things I was told many times before I came here, do not overpromise because you got to be afraid to underdeliver. Always got these little cliches. That's what I can't stand with this stuff. I just want to talk to y'all about it. I'm not trying to overpromise anything and underdeliver anything. I'm just trying to talk. We don't convict people on these kinds of charges, of these serious charges, with no murder weapon, no video of the crime, no audio. You just don't do it. Presumption of innocence means something to people. We just can't do it. And I guarantee you, I hope that we can take ourselves out of this negative world, look at this evidence that's going to be presented, direct as much or as little as there is, circumstantial as much as little as there is. Remember that she's innocent until proven guilty. And look at everything. Everything. And say presumption of innocence means something. It does. And we will come back with not guilty. Thank you.
Damn, that was quite something, hey. Here and there, I know it's a very serious case. We're all here for justice for Gregory Rice. Couldn't help laughing here and there with what that defense attorney just said. Like, sir, no. Sprinklers? Baking cakes? What? That was very interesting. I'll definitely be watching that again later. Let's move on now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the evidentiary portion, I think we're going to go ahead and take about a 10, 15-minute break, give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom, whatever the case may be. Do not discuss the case, even among yourselves. Leave your notepads in the jury box. We'll take about a 10 or 15-minute break, and we'll come back and get started. Thank you very much.
Shame. I mean, the defense attorney hardly even spoke about the case. Oh my word. I mean, why would she, if she's accused of murdering Gregory Rice, why would she even call 911? You know, it's like, where is that? We don't have it. Oh dear. Okay, so let's just see. I think the attorneys, let's see if they say anything. And if not, we'll just do our first bit of defluffing here. We'll just go forward and skip over the coffee breaks. So if you're brand new here, we like to start trials late so that we can just skip over the long breaks. Peter Ortiz says, tell us why she is innocent. All right? Yeah, we didn't hear that. Thank you so much for the sticker. Let's just see if there's anything here.
We'll take about a 15-minute break and come back.
Okay, so they took a break. And
Back. Please make sure
We're
you
back.
have your own notepads. Do not have anybody else's notepads. We're ready to begin the evidentiary portion of this trial with the state's case. The state can call you first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Savannah Rice.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence about to go to court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Savannah Rice, R-I-C-E.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And Savannah, I know you're nervous, I get it. If you can just make sure you speak into the microphone and just slow down a little bit so that the court reporter can hear what you're saying, okay? And you always have to give what we call a verbal response, so if I ask you a question that's yes or no, you just have to verbally say yes or no, okay?
Okay.
How old are you today?
I'm 19.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
I have 2 sisters, a half-sister, and a little brother.
What are your parents' names?
Gregory Rice and Meagan Jackson.
Were they ever married?
No.
How would you describe your father?
He was a very flawed man, but we all did know he cared very much about his kids and his work, and he tried very hard for the people around him.
Shame on my word, she's 19 years old. Gregory Rice's eldest daughter, and so the defendant is her mother. Sure, this must be very difficult. I hope that she knows she's got support from all over the world.
How would you describe your parents' relationship?
It was not great at all. There was constant fighting. They were mean to each other. They were mean to the kids. They weren't compatible. You didn't hear "I love you" very much throughout the house.
You said you didn't hear "I love you" very much, but did you ever hear your parents say "I love you" to each other?
No.
At some point, did your parents break up?
Yes.
Do you know about when that was?
There was twice. The first time I was probably around 9. He was cheating on her. The second time, they just needed to go their separate ways, and it was a mutual breakup.
When your parents broke up, did they begin living in separate houses?
The second time, yes.
Where did you and your brother and your 2 sisters live?
We lived mainly with my mother.
Did your brother and sisters go to stay or visit with your father from time to time?
They did almost every weekend.
What about you?
I chose to stay home.
Okay. And that's okay. Why did you choose to stay home?
He would make me nervous, but also my mom would tell me that we would go do something fun together, so she would bribe me to stay home, and I would.
Did you, despite the fact that you did not go over very often, did you still maintain contact with your father?
The best of my ability. My phone was disabled due to my mother. I could only receive calls.
When your
Shame, she's doing so well. So as I say, she's 19 now. And this the murder happened on October 2nd of 2020. So she was 14 or 15 then. My goodness.
your brother and your sisters would go to stay with your father, would he pick them up and drop them off? Would your mother pick them up and drop them off? How did that work?
My dad always came to the house to pick them up, and he would bring them back as well.
When your father would come to pick your siblings up, did you go out and talk to him at all?
Yes, I would go out and I would have a chat with him, tell him I loved him, give him a hug. That was about it. I'd tell him if I was going to come over the next week or not.
At some point after your parents began living separately, did you meet a man named Christopher Dontell?
Yes, I did.
How did you meet him?
I met Chris because I, one, knew that he worked with my mom, but two, we moved into his neighborhood and I met his family and we started to hang out with his family and him.
So when you say his family, was he married?
Yes.
Did he have children?
Yes.
How many kids did he have?
He had 2 children.
Do you know about how old they were?
So you guys are following, right? You know who Christopher Dontell is? That's the other person that was actually charged in this crime, but then he pleaded guilty in December of 2024. And so they also reduced his charges. He's facing a maximum of 20 years in prison, and he will only be sentenced once Meagan's trial is finished because he's here to testify against her. So these pictures here would be of Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell. Meagan Jackson and Christopher worked together. He actually trained her, apparently. He was a deputy coroner at Horry County. He was the Horry County deputy coroner, and she would transport bodies, is what they say her job was. So the two of them started having an affair together. So he was married, as Savannah just said, he was married with 2 children, and Meagan Jackson wasn't married, but she had 4 children with Gregory Rice. And somehow the two of them, it's alleged, they are accused of, even though obviously Christopher Dontell pleaded guilty, so he's convicted of. But Meagan Jackson, is accused of murdering and plotting to murder, conspiring to murder her partner, Gregory Rice, the father of her 4 children. Okay, so we're following? Ask questions. I will type in the chat if I do know the answer.
I believe the son was around maybe 1, and the daughter was 6, I believe.
Yeah. And you said that you guys moved into the same neighborhood as the Dontell family?
Yes.
About how far away did you live from them?
It was like 3 minutes right down the road, just down our street and down another street and into a cul-de-sac.
So was it walking distance?
Yes.
Did your family and the Dontells spend a lot of time together?
Yes.
At some point, did you come to know that your mother was having an affair with Christopher Dontell?
Yes, but not at first.
Okay. How did you find out about the affair?
I had some friends over, and it was quiet. We went downstairs, and we heard them having sex in their bedroom, and it just kept getting louder and louder. And the next day I asked her, and she said, "I thought you knew."
What? Like, how did this mother, now we could say mother, like this, address something like that with her daughter? She was having sex with the deputy coroner, Christopher Dontell. And the kids could hear her, and then she said, like, "Oh, I thought you knew." That's how she handled that. Karine said, "Is she out on bond now?" She is not, because she was actually out. She posted bond. And then she violated those bond conditions, which included not contacting Christopher Dontell. And she did contact him. In fact, they said she violated it twice. So I've watched a news clip where they say, and then she was put in jail again. So I think she posted bond. Then she was put back in jail, back out, and then back in. And now I think she's being held on no bond. Shame, man. The way that her mother is glaring at her is just so horrible.
Do you know about how long that was before your father went missing? And if you don't, it's okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. This will sound like a silly question, but do you remember when your father went missing?
October 2nd.
What do you remember about sort of that time period?
Before or after?
Right after, when you found out that he was missing. So October 2nd was a Friday night, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happened the next morning?
She woke up, we all got up. She got the kids ready to bring them to our dad's, which I already thought was weird because he always came to pick them up and he would come in to see me, or I'd go out to see him, which it didn't happen this morning. So she got the kids in the car, and
if you just take some time to breathe, it's okay. Do you need some water?
she brought the kids to his house, and she called me, and she was really frantic. She said she had searched everywhere. I'm sorry.
It's okay, take your time.
She had said she had searched everywhere. She looked in his car. She couldn't see his keys or his wallet or his phone. She looked in the windows, and then she said she's gonna call the police. And they came back, and that was really just,
When you say they came back, who do you mean?
Madison, Blake, Dakota, my siblings, and my mom.
Okay. So that was the morning of October 3rd. How did your life change after your father went missing?
My mom wasn't home even more often. She wasn't home due to her job most of the time, but it became a lot more when he went missing. Everybody was really emotional. We didn't go out at all. My mom did, but we didn't. We really just stayed in the house.
It's okay, take your time. Do you remember when they...
So Gregory Rice, the victim in this case, whose body was found wrapped in a tarp that was zip-tied with ratchet straps and a cinder block on top in a river. Wow. His body was found in November of 2020, but he was last seen on October 2nd of 2020. So he has 5 children, 4 with Meagan Jackson. When he goes missing, damn, Meagan is just like, oh well. She sees her kids even less, is what Savannah's saying. Spends even less time with them. They just got to deal with that on their own. I mean, that is just, it's really terrible. Look at her now. She's not happy. She's like, listen here. This attorney's like, okay, wow.
They found her father's body.
Yes. I do.
What do you remember about that?
I was at my best friend's house, and her mom came in the room. She told me not to go onto any of my electronics, but she didn't know that one of my friends from the neighborhood had already told me. I didn't believe it, but
this is kind of like a big other. Was there anything significant about that day besides the fact that they found your father's body?
That they told us my mom had something to do with it, and that all of my siblings would have to be living somewhere else.
Well, no, I mean, November 7th or 8th. Is there anything about... When's your birthday?
November 7th.
Okay.
Look how she's even trying to like look beyond the prosecutor. I think the prosecutor is trying to block this mother from glaring down poor Savannah, who's only 19 now. She was 14 or 15 at the time, right? Probably 14, but maybe 15. There was so much to deal with. And no support, by the sounds of it, from her mother. And now here in court, her mother is just like staring her down. Jacqueline Walsh said, my narcissist said the same to me when I found her with a married man too. Your narcissistic mother is what you were saying? I think some of us might, we know this look that this lady's giving, right? Wow. And to a child, I mean, she's still she's only 19. This is a lot. And there's cameras in the courtroom and everything. Shame, man. I really hope that one day she sees this and knows that we all support her fully. Shame, she's so brave, oh my goodness.
Did your mother ever mention your father during the time between when he first went missing and when they found his body?
I can't reform.
So you can answer that. Did your mother ever say anything about your father between the time that he went missing and the time that they found his body?
Yes.
Can you just tell us about that? Take a couple deep breaths with me, but tell us about that.
She had come home drunk one night, and I was in the kitchen, and my sister wasn't behaving, and I told my mom, and she started screaming, and my sister was upstairs, but then she looked at me, and she said, I hope what happened to your dad happens to your sister. And I asked her, what do you mean? And she just wouldn't say anything.
And that was before they found your father?
If you don't like pauses or commentary on the wrong channel, this is a commentary channel. Just go and watch on Law and Crime, okay? I think they're the only ones streaming it from what I can see right now. I'll always link the raw court footage as well afterwards. So I'm going to pause here and there. Oh my goodness. The mother comes home, according to this testimony, drunk and says, I hope what happened to your father also happens to your sister. Like, this mother is just, she's the worst. Wow.
Our bodies. My last question for now. Did the state reach out to you and ask you to come here today, or did you reach out to us?
No, I called you guys
And why did you do that?
because I believe that she.
This guy calls it speculation.
I want to tell my
Okay,
truth.
I think you can't answer that question, so we'll just.
Oh,
That's okay. That's okay. I don't have any other questions for you. Mr. Britton's going to ask you some questions. If you need a break, just let us know. Okay?
Oh no. That's cross-examination. Hope they don't go too hard on her. Be nice to Savannah, my word. Even though they have to defend their client, I understand. Ingrid, thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. If you don't know anything about this case, don't worry. Many of us, even including myself, we don't know the most about it. There isn't that much information about it, but I'm so glad we can watch it together. I have typed up a case background write-up. It's in the description box for you. Okay, so just go and read through it. Just expand the description box, click more, read through that, and you'll get a good overview of what is going on here. This will be a short trial from the sounds of it. It should be over by the end of the week. They said maybe it'll go into next week.
No question, Ms. Ross.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, defense, for not doing that.
State can call you next week.
Your Honor, the state calls Isaiah Perkins.
Bonnie be good said the defense better back off her. They did. Okay, good. Very nice.
Raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give the court in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Isaiah Perkins, last name is Perkins.
Officer Perkins, where do you work?
I work for the Horry County Police Department,
How long have you worked there?
6 years.
What's your current assignment at Horry County PD?
I am a patrol supervisor.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a patrol supervisor?
I oversee the officers patrolling the precinct I'm assigned to, making sure they're doing their jobs correctly.
How long have you had that position?
2 years.
Let's turn your attention back to October 2020. What was your position back in October 2020?
I was a patrol officer in the South Precinct.
And what area does the South Precinct cover?
It covers Highway 501 south to the Georgetown County line.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities back then?
To patrol the area and respond to calls for service that were called in during my shift.
Was one of your duties back then to perform what's called a welfare check?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me, what is a welfare check?
A welfare check is when someone, say like a family member or a friend, hasn't spoken to someone for an extended period of time or had a concern about their welfare. They would call us to go out and make sure they're okay.
So when you went out to make sure they were okay, kind of tell me what you would do, how you would do the welfare check.
So I respond out there. I would try knocking on the door, making contact with the person. If I don't make contact with that person, I usually call all the local hospitals and check the jails to make sure they're not actually missing or need help immediately.
Okay. Were you assigned to perform a welfare check for the victim in this case, Gregory Rice?
I was.
Can you tell me what address you responded to?
I'm not quite sure on the exact address, but it was the Flint Lake apartment complex off of Clay Pond Road.
Okay. And did that call, how did you get that call?
It was given to me by the dispatcher.
Did any other officers respond with you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What did you do upon arrival at that Flint Lake apartment address?
When I got there, I witnessed the defendant standing outside the unit door. She told me kind of what was going on with the situation. She had dropped something off a couple of days ago prior to, and those items were still there. So she had called in a welfare check for us to check on them.
Okay. Were you familiar with Meagan Jackson before you performed the well check there that day?
I was.
And how did you know her?
She was a transporter for the coroner's office. I often saw her on calls where someone was deceased and she would come and take possession of the body.
Did you also know Christopher Dontell?
I did.
Did you ever see Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell together?
Often.
Was that unusual?
It was not.
What did you do to try to locate Greg Rice that day?
So that day, we actually got a hold of the property manager who had a key for the apartment. So we checked the apartment to make sure he wasn't in there. Seeing his wallet, phone, car keys in the unit at the front door, I checked local hospitals and the jails to make sure he wasn't there.
Did you actually go in the apartment personally that day?
I did not.
Did Meagan Jackson go in the apartment?
She did.
Was Greg Rice at that apartment?
He was not.
What did you do after the welfare check was over?
While walking back to my car, I had asked the defendant if she wanted me to do a report for him being a missing person, and she expressed she didn't need to at the time.
Okay, no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Wow. The defense wants to say in the opening statement, not even a 911 call. Yeah, because the defendant is like, nah, I don't need to report him missing. There's a welfare check happening, but like, wallet, phone, keys are there. Don't worry about it. Don't need to file that. Wow. Sure.
Thank you, officer. When you were out there at Flint Lake Apartments, did anybody approach you about having heard gunshots the night before?
No, sir.
Was it, no, sir?
No.
Okay. When you were out in Flint Lake Apartments, did you happen to see any bloodstains on any sidewalk or any area around the apartment?
No, sir.
How about you step on any shell casings from a bullet?
No, sir.
Didn't identify any shell casings, and there was no witness to come forward and tell you they heard gunshots the night before?
No, sir.
Meagan Jackson was there.
She was.
And she was, I mean, you understood, she was part of making the call to have someone come check on Mr. Rice, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything else that you observed from any witness on the scene other than Meagan Jackson? Were any other witnesses there?
Not that I can remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
And no, so nobody after, what are we, we're within 24 hours of an alleged 5 or 6 gunshots, is that correct? That's your understanding?
Objection on our basis of knowledge.
Okay.
All right, let's just go ahead.
It's your understanding that the murder they're claiming occurred at Flint Lake Apartments on October 2nd. Is that your understanding, officer?
From that day,
Okay.
I wasn't aware that there was any.
Not that day, as we see here today. Do you understand that they're trying to accuse my client of murdering Greg Rice at Flint Lake Apartments on October 2nd?
I'm familiar with the charge. I'm not familiar with the case.
Okay.
I haven't looked at
Your
it.
role was specific to
Just the welfare check.
just the welfare check.
Mhm.
Okay. And so I guess I'll ask you this. Let's assume that's true. Nobody approached you to say they heard gunshots the night before.
No, sir.
Nobody was standing around outside their apartment, waving their arms up and down, trying to report having seen, witnessed, or heard a crime from the night before.
No, sir.
How long were you out there about at the apartment?
I'd say approximately 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. With that, did you think it was adequate time? Did you see anyone else, any other neighbors out there while you were there? Do you recall?
Yeah, when police officers are in the neighborhood, a lot of people come out just to be nosy, but I did see a lot of neighbors. No one approached me to say anything.
To report anything unusual?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you ready?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you may step in.
We'd ask this witness to be excused.
In the objector? No objection, Your Honor. All right, he's free to go.
Your Honor,
Yes.
state calls Jeff Helfinstein.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give to court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and spell your last name for the court.
Jeffrey Helfinstein, Helfinstine.
Mr. Helfinstein, do you work currently?
No, ma'am, I'm retired.
Where did you retire from?
Horry County Police Department.
How long were you with the Horry County Police Department?
14, almost 15 years.
And prior to joining the Horry County Police Department, did you have any other experience in law enforcement?
Yes.
What was that?
I worked with the city of Myrtle Beach for approximately 8.5 years.
What about military experience?
I did an Air Force career. I was an 18-year veteran.
18 years. What was the last position you held at the Horry County Police Department?
I was the desk officer at the Central Precinct at M.L. Brown Building in Conway.
What were some of your duties and responsibilities as a desk officer at the M.L. Brown Building?
Answered phone calls, took reports from citizens that walked in with problems that they needed a police report taken care of, and just general administrative type duties.
And when you say the M.L. Brown Building, what is that building?
I'm sorry?
What is the M.L. Brown Building?
M.L. Brown Building is the Central Precinct. It's the main precinct in the headquarters building for the county police.
Thank you. Were you working back on October 5th, 2020?
I was.
Did you come in contact with a woman named Meagan Jackson that day?
I did.
How did that come about?
She came in to report a missing person.
Who did she report missing?
A gentleman by the name of Gregory Rice. She identified him as the father of her children.
Did she tell you when she last saw Gregory Rice?
I believe she spoke to him, if I'm not mistaken, by phone approximately 2 days before she came in, maybe 3.
And I may have asked you that. This was October 5th, 2020. Is that the date?
October 5th was when she came in, and I believe she said it was October 2nd at night when she spoke to him last on phone.
Okay. What was Meagan Jackson's demeanor like when she reported Gregory Rice missing that day?
I just want to clarify for anyone only joining now that they're obviously talking about the year 2020 because they don't seem to be mentioning that all that much. The year is 2020, okay? So when they talk about October 2nd, Meagan says that the last time she heard from the father of her 4 children, Gregory Rice, who was 46 years old, well, that's what they said in opening statements was the last time that his phone pinged at around 11 p.m., but it was also the last day that he was ever seen alive. His body was found on November 8th of 2020 in a river, okay? So they just, when they ask about October 2nd, October 5th, or just remember it's 2020. This case has taken quite some time to get to trial.
quite frankly, pretty unremarkable.
He can't possibly know what she's feeling.
She just said what was the demeanor. He can testify as to what he personally observed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You've answered that.
She, demeanor-wise, it was pretty unremarkable. There was no major emotions, enough that I would have listed it in the report had there been something to list.
Okay. What did you do as a result of your meeting with Meagan Jackson that day?
I wrote the report, entered it NCIC as a missing person, not in danger.
What do you mean by NCIC? What is that?
NCIC is the National Crime Information Center, where stolen cars, missing persons, and so forth get entered once they're reported to the police. And that way, if the person's found, say, in Los Angeles, they'll notify us that they found them and they're okay.
And does that conclude your involvement in this case?
That concludes my involvement, yes, ma'am.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, you said you're retired. Thank you for your service, of course. You said she came in, had no real noticeable emotion. Is that correct?
Nothing that was worth annotating.
Knocking down, like shock, maybe, kind of, nothing annotating. So no emotion relays. Are we trying to say that no emotion relays something?
What I'm saying is there was nothing displayed to me that I felt worthy of putting in the report.
Okay. So there's nothing remarkable then?
Exactly.
You just, a person came in and filed a missing person report, just like they're supposed to do if a person goes missing.
Exactly.
Did you see Meagan Jackson shoot Greg Rice?
No.
Did you see Chris Dontell shoot Greg Rice?
No.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No, Sir, Your Honor. We ask that this witness be released from his subpoena.
Any objection? All right, you may step down and free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. State your title.
Your Honor, the state calls Corporal Paul Johnson. And Your Honor, while we're waiting for Corporal Johnson to come in, I previously showed State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the defense, and I believe they are admitted without objection.
All right, any objection to State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, or 4?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4 admitted into evidence without objection.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Could you just state your name and spell your last name for the court?
Paul Johnson, Johnsson.
And Corporal Johnson, I'm just going to ask you to turn your report over. If you need to look at it to refresh your recollection, we'll cross that bridge. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you work?
Horry County Police Department,
And how long have you worked there?
a little over 18 years.
What is your current position with the Horry County Police?
I'm a detective with the Horry County Police Department assigned to the property division of CID.
So what are some of your duties and responsibilities in that position?
In this position, we investigate property crimes such as burglaries, larcenies, bank fraud, check fraud, forgeries, stuff of that nature.
How long have you had that position?
Just a few weeks.
Okay. What were you doing before that?
Before that, I have worked in CID before, investigating child crimes, sexual assaults, and also been a supervisor of environmental services in the past.
So let's talk about October of 2020. Which of your many positions were you in at that point?
I was assigned to Investigations Division, Special Victims Unit.
Is that what you were describing about crimes against children or sexual assaults, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am.
Would missing persons also fall under special victims?
Yes, ma'am.
So what were some of your duties and responsibilities in that position?
Missing persons, child assaults, some cold cases, mainly sexual assaults.
But what would you actually do?
In missing person cases, they would assign a case. You would make sure the patrol entered the person in NCIC. Then you would go from there.
Sort of generally speaking, as a detective, would your daily tasks include, say, interviewing people, search warrants, things of that sort?
Yes, ma'am.
In October of 2020, did you become familiar with a missing persons case where the victim was Gregory Rice?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you know, were you assigned as the original lead investigator?
No, ma'am, I was not. I was Assistant Detective Susie.
Detective Susie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, is there, you said you follow some sort of procedure, you make sure patrol has entered the person in NCIC. What other types of things would you normally do for a missing person?
In the beginning stages, you would also send out a department email in reference to the missing person with a photo. You would also contact the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. They would do a poster on their Fusion Division, sent out statewide as a missing person.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4. Is that the flyer that was prepared and sent out?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish this to the jury.
All right.
As part of this initial protocol, would you try to get the missing person's cell phone records or bank records or anything like that? How would you attempt to locate them?
Well, we would go out to their residence, make sure they are not home. If we still can't find them, we talk to family. And if we can't get a hold of any family, sometimes we'll do a search warrant at their residence and try to locate any cell phones, any kind of bank information to track them, stuff like that.
In this case, were you able to speak with the defendant, Meagan Jackson?
We were.
And what, if anything, did she tell you at that point?
Myself and Detective Susie interviewed Meagan at the police department. She stated she had dinner on Friday evening with the coroner. She then stated on Saturday that she went to the house. The victim was not there. She stated that she got a call for work and had to leave. She came back to the house. He still wasn't there, and that's where she contacted Horry County Police for a welfare check.
Based on that initial conversation with the defendant, did you and Detective Susie or other investigators get a search warrant for the victim's apartment?
We did.
Did you also get a search warrant for the phone records? And then I'll go back to the apartment.
I believe we did.
Okay. So let's start with the search warrant for the victim's apartment. Why would that be an investigative step that you would take?
Because we couldn't locate them. Sometimes inside people's residence, they keep bank records, debit cards, phone records, see what's in their vehicle, who they might have left with, phone records, just to try to figure out their last step before they went missing.
Did you, in fact, search the victim's apartment on October 5th, the same day you spoke with the defendant?
We did.
Did anyone assist you with that search?
Detective Susie and Sergeant Jim Chatfield.
At that point, did you have crime scene with you?
We did not.
And why not?
At that point, there was no reason to have crime scene. There was nothing out of the ordinary while we were searching that we would need crime scene for.
How did you get into the apartment?
Maintenance. The maintenance gentleman helped us in.
Can you give us just a very general description of the apartment?
It's a basic apartment complex. I mean, nothing. I do front porch, you know.
So it was a first floor unit?
Yes, ma'am.
How many
I think
bedrooms?
so. I think there was two. Not 100% sure. I believe there was two.
Was there anything? Did anything stand out to you during that search?
Nothing out of ordinary. A common apartment where someone would live.
Did you see any evidence of illegal drug use?
I did not.
And what types of things would you expect to see if someone was an illegal drug user?
empty plastic baggies, empty pill bottles, spoons, lighters, stuff like that. We didn't witness any of that.
Okay. Did you in fact seize anything from the victim's apartment?
We did. We located the victim's wallet in his bedroom, on his dresser, as well as a folder containing bank information, and we located his keys. They were in between the cushions of a chair on the front porch.
So his keys were in between cushions on an outside chair?
Yes, ma'am.
And now I'm approaching.
She looked almost like she was smiling there, like smirking, right? Like, as you're saying, where the wallet was found and the keys and everything. Wow.
I'll approach first with exhibits 1 and 2. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, start with exhibit 1. What is exhibit 1?
Brown, dark brown wallet.
And what's exhibit 2?
South Carolina driver's license belonging to Greg Rice.
And was this driver's license in the wallet when you originally found it?
I believe so.
Is that how you, and just make sure you're talking into the microphone, is that how you were able to identify this as the victim's wallet?
Yes, ma'am.
Look at her. Whoa. We need to send this to the behavior panel, isn't it? Like, why is she smiling like this? Oh my word, she's doing it the whole time. Were they talking about finding the victim, Gregory Rice's wallet, keys, phone in his apartment? Sure.
And then showing you exhibit 3. What do you recognize that to be?
Car keys and miscellaneous keys, keychains.
And is this the set of keys that you found stuffed between the cushions on that outside chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find that usual or unusual that the keys were in a cushion, stuffed between the cushions in the outside chair?
Unusual?
I can't ask you a leading question, so I'm saying, was it usual or unusual?
I don't keep my keys there, but I mean, if someone was sitting there, they could have fell out of a pocket, I guess.
Did you locate the victim's car?
We did.
Was there anything suspicious about the car?
No, ma'am.
Did you, sorry, I haven't even asked a question yet, so just. Did you speak with the defendant again that day?
Overruled. Go ahead.
Or did you speak with the victim that day? Excuse me, sorry about that. With the defendant that day, you obviously didn't speak with the victim.
Yes, ma'am, we did at the M.R. Brown Police Department.
Were you familiar with the defendant prior to this interview?
I knew where she worked. I'm not sure if I'd ever had any dealings with her or not.
She was familiar to you?
Her job was familiar. I don't know if I'd ever actually been on the scene with her, but I knew where she worked.
Okay. At that point in the investigation, was the defendant a suspect?
She was not.
You mentioned when you first spoke with her, she said she had dinner. Who did you say she had dinner with?
Initially, she told us in the interview that she had dinner with the coroner.
What did you think about that?
I thought it was odd that she didn't say the name.
Can you describe her demeanor during your interview?
Pretty calm, in my opinion. Not too nervous. Not nervous as other people have been during interviews like that.
Your Honor,
not
I
worried.
understand that he is speaking to demeanor, but what is calm to me is very different than calm to him.
Overruled. I'll allow it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, so her demeanor seemed more calm than other people in a similar situation?
Just not worried would be my opinion.
Nothing further at this time. We could just answer any questions from Mr. Preston.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Remind me what day you were out there?
October 2nd, I believe. October 5th. Remember the exact date.
October 2nd or 5th.
Mind if I look at my notes?
You brought some notes with you? Yeah, go ahead, take a look at it.
I believe it was October 5th.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. How long were you out there?
Out at the police department or the
Out in the apartments.
apartments? No idea really. I mean,
Okay.
30 minutes, maybe an hour total. I'm not sure. It's been so long ago.
Okay. You don't remember that part? Okay. You don't remember how long you were walking around his apartment? You went inside, located items. Is that right?
Did we locate some items? Yes, sir, we did.
And you located an item. You did enough of a search to locate an item on the front porch, right?
We did.
Now, during your search around out there, 3 days after this alleged murder, did we see any bloodstains out there near the apartment?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking you, yes, sir.
You asking me if I saw any blood stains the day I was there?
Yes, sir. The day you were there on October 5th, 3 days after this death.
I did not see the blood stains when I was there, no, sir.
Okay. And you're an officer, detective. You saw those. That's something you'd make a note of, right?
If I saw blood stains?
Yes, sir.
I didn't see any blood stains.
Okay, listen. While you were there, did any neighbor run up to you and tell you about the gunshots they heard 3 nights ago?
I don't recall anybody telling me about gunshots.
Okay. All right. While y'all were searching around, did you come across any bullet casings, shell casings?
I did not find any shell casings, no, sir.
Okay. All right. Did you know Mr. Chris Dontell?
Did I know Chris Dontell?
Did you know Chris Dontell?
I knew Chris where he worked, yes, sir. Not a lot of dealings with him, but I knew where he worked.
Okay. And where did he work?
The coroner's office, Horry County Coroner's office.
Okay. Chief, mind just beg your indulgence for 1 second. Anything you want to let me ask? That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Very briefly.
Okay, brief redirect. Brenda Redmond just asked, when did Christopher Dontell, the Horry County Deputy Coroner, the one that Meagan says, oh yeah, I had dinner with the coroner, her boyfriend, he was married with 2 children. She was having an affair with him. She had 4 children with Gregory Rice. Okay, so when did Christopher Dontell find out about the crime was Brenda Redmond's question. And so I'm answering apparently on October 3rd, from what I'd read, of 2020, so the next day, when Meagan told him it is done and she needs him to take care of the body, and apparently he admitted to it. Remember, he's pleaded guilty and they dropped the murder charge. So he's facing, for accessory after the fact, 20 years in prison. And he will be sentenced once Meagan's trial is finished, because he's going to be testifying against her. But apparently he admitted to moving Gregory's body. So yeah, October 3rd would be when he knew. But I think he knew. I think if you look at the timeline, they probably were both allegedly in on it from day one.
When you went out to Flint Lake Apartments, did you confine your search to the victim's apartment and car, or did you walk the whole complex?
Car in his apartment.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
And Your Honor, I would ask that he be released from his subpoena.
You object.
I'm not going to hold on this one, Your Honor.
All right, I'll allow him to leave, but he's still subject to subpoena to come back.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
State can call you next witness.
Your Honor, at this time I would read 2 stipulations into the record. And there is evidence that would be admitted along with these. I can just have one moment. Your Honor, there has been an agreement by between the parties that if David Tennant were to testify during trial, he would testify that he is a manager at Abuelo's restaurant located at 710 Coastal Grand Circle in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County, and that he was in that position in October of 2020. He would further testify that during October of 2020, Abuelo's had video surveillance inside of the restaurant. He is familiar with that surveillance system, and that while the date stamp on the surveillance was correct, the time was off by approximately 35 minutes. He would further testify that in October of 2020, members of the Horry County Police Department requested copies of the video surveillance footage from the evening of October 2nd, 2020. He provided them with a copy of the footage, a copy of which is contained on State's Exhibit 14. The video footage was not altered in any way. He reviewed that exhibit and did initial it as a copy of the surveillance video that was provided, and that was signed by myself and Mr. Case Britton. So I would ask that Exhibit 14 be admitted.
All right, is that the stipulation?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Not to the admission, you still got to prove a chain of where that is.
But the stipulation?
The stipulation is accurate, Your Honor.
Well,
A family of attorneys, 2 brothers and a father sitting there at that defense table. Lolo, Yolo, Laura York says, I had to testify against my mom in court when I was 10, and I remember feeling exactly the way this girl is, triggering, and my heart breaks for her. I'm sorry you had to go through that, and yeah, I can only imagine how difficult this was for Savannah to do. And I mean, her mother was staring at her, glaring at her. It was horrible.
Your Honor, I'm just asking for clarification. If this is a true and correct copy of the video that was provided, I believe we've established the chain.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is a stipulation that's read to the court by Ms. Walter. Now, the parties have stipulated to that fact. So that is not a factual determination that you will need to make. They both agree that is a fact, as in this case, that's what she read. All right, she's tendered State's Exhibit 14 into evidence. Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 14 is admitted into evidence without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, there has been a stipulation, an agreement by and between the parties that if Hal Cricket were to testify during the trial, he would testify that he is the owner of Just Ask Hal, located at 201 Fresh Drive, Suite D in the Lowe's Food Shopping Center in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County, and that he was the owner in 2020. He would further testify that during October 2020, Just Ask Hal had video surveillance covering the exterior of both the front and back of the store, and he is familiar with that surveillance system. He would further testify that in October 2020, members of the Horry County Police Department requested copies of the video surveillance footage from the evening of October 2nd, 2020 into the morning hours of October 3rd of 2020. He provided them with a copy of that footage, a copy of which is contained in State's Exhibit 21. He would testify that while the date stamp on the surveillance was accurate, the time stamp on the footage was approximately 10 minutes off from real time. The video footage was not altered in any way. He has reviewed that exhibit and signed it to indicate it is a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video he provided. Again, that was signed by myself and Mr. Case Britton.
All right, is that a stipulation? Does the defense agree?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right.
And I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 21.
All right, any objections? State's Exhibit 21.
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, so stipulated, State's Exhibit 21 is admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, may we approach just about scheduling?
All right.
About schedules, are they going to be, is it closing arguments today? They said this trial will last about a week. Laurie said, gee, I'm not able to be a member after this month, but I'll always be a Grizzly. Of course, if you subscribe, if anyone doesn't know, if you subscribe, which is free, you're a Grizzly. Thank you, Laurie, for all your support for 25 months. I really appreciate it. You said thank you for covering this heartbreaking case, and thank you for being here to watch with me. Never feel obliged to be a member or a patron or anything. I just really appreciate you all being here. Subscribe. It's free. Like, share, leave a comment. All those are great ways to support the work that I do. TMA also said, did he have life insurance? I'm also asking myself, because like really, what was the motive here? Meagan Jackson she wasn't married to Gregory Rice, even though they had 4 children together. Like, what was going on? So the state alleges, prosecutors allege that Meagan Jackson killed Gregory Rice, possibly motivated by custody disputes. So it could be that. Or her affair with Christopher Dontell, and that she manipulated Christopher Dontell, the deputy coroner, into helping cover up the crime. So I think it would be that. I think it would be her saying, oh no, like, we can't, I don't know what, separate. They weren't married. I'm going to lose my kids or something.
We're moving well ahead of schedule, so I will, with the court's indulgence, read our remaining stipulations.
Oh, she's an interesting one. Zen Jen said, sorry if I missed it. Do we know if her attorneys are acting as public defenders? I had read that they are in the capacity of public defenders, even though they are a family of private attorneys. But now I doubt myself. Meaning I read it, but I'm now not sure, because they are very good private attorneys. I just think, as we've seen in other cases, sometimes they could be acting in the capacity of a public defender, like be assigned cases like this. Could be that. Could be that. Pauline B said maybe he was going to tell, Christopher Dontell's wife. True, true, true.
Your Honor, there's been agreement going between the parties that if Mark Amos were to testify during trial, he would testify that he is a senior special agent at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED. He would further testify he has been the automatic license plate reader, ALPR, coordinator for SLED since 2018, and that in that capacity he is a custodian of records for still photos taken by ALPRs in Horry County. He would further testify that he has reviewed the relevant stills contained in State's Exhibits 23 and including 34, through and including 34, and that they are true and correct copies of records maintained by SLED. And that is a stipulation signed by myself and Mr. Casebring.
All right, Mr. Britton, that's...
Your Honor, again, let's re-ask. These stipulate to the fact that they are real and authentic, not to what they actually are evidence of.
Are you what she read?
Yes, sir. That is fine.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So that's stipulated.
Thank you.
All right.
So then my confusion comes from if they are stipulating that Senior Agent Amos is a custodian of records for SLED and State's Exhibits 23 through and including 34 are true and accurate records kept by SLED for which he is the custodian, what is the objection to their admission?
They're saying that they agree to your stipulations and qualifications. They're just contesting that that exhibit shows what the state is saying it shows.
But that's what, that's what the stipulation is. The stipulation is that Sergeant Amos would say that these are true and accurate stills from the LPRs, that he is a custodian of records, and that he has verified that these are all true and accurate copies of LPR stills.
And Your Honor, I stipulate to that part, but I don't stipulate to anything else beyond that. I don't stipulate to what she intends to use them for. I don't stipulate to anything. I stipulate to the fact that they are a real and accurate representation of Mr. Amos.
Which means that they're admissible.
And I'm not saying that
We're
they're
not
not.
getting into the admissibility of
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
You haven't even tendered them into evidence yet.
I just did, and the issue is,
I don't read back. Where did she say, I wish to introduce State's Exhibits 23 through 34 into evidence? I'll get the court reporter. If I missed it, I'm sorry, and I apologize, but I don't recall you ever saying that.
if I misspoke, I apologize, but that's why I have them listed in the stipulation.
Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Hold for a second.
Yes, sir.
Court reporter check.
Feel the tension in this courtroom. Sure. Janet LeBron said, yes, jury in the room. Yeah, Zen Jen was just asking, is the jury in the room? Yeah, I think so. We didn't see them get sent out, so yeah, I think they're still in the room here.
And that is a stipulation signed by myself, Mr. Basinger, ours in Horry County. He would further testify that he has reviewed the relevant stills contained in State's Exhibits 23 and including 34, through and including the report, and that they are true and correct copies of records maintained by SLED. And that is a stipulation signed by myself, Mr. Basinger.
All right, Mr. President, is that stipulation?
That's fine.
Okay.
I don't see where you've ever said.
Then I apologize, Your Honor. I am following the same thing for all of the stipulations. I would ask that State's Exhibits 23 through 34, which the defense has stipulated are true and accurate copies of records kept by SLED that have been verified by a custodian of records at SLED, be admitted into evidence.
All right, any objection?
Your Honor, I understand that they have to be, the expertise to be qualified, but I stipulate to the fact that they are accurate and real representations. And Mr. Amos signed off on, but I don't stipulate to what they go to be introduced for.
All right, State's Exhibits 23 through 34 admitted into evidence are the defendant's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
No, I apologize for misspeaking. I apologize. You're absolutely right, Your Honor.
Continue into evidence. All right.
Absolutely.
Texas, 2 perks. So I stipulate that we need to move on. Yes, I accept that. There's Savannah, Gregory Rice's eldest daughter. She testified today. If you missed it, go check it out. The judge's name is Benjamin Culbertson. This case is taking place in Horry County, South Carolina. Crime took place October 2nd of 2020. 46-year-old Gregory Rice's body was found on November 8th of 2020. Meagan Jackson is 40 years old now. She's on trial for the murder of Gregory Rice and conspiracy to commit murder. And her boyfriend, the guy who was married with 2 children that she was having an affair with, he was supposed to be on trial in December, pleaded guilty. He's going to testify against her.
There has been an agreement by and between the parties that if Brian Stewart were to testify during trial, he would testify that he is familiar with the River's Edge community in the Conway section of Horry County and that he has lived there for approximately 11 years. He would further testify that he was the president of the Homeowners Association for 3 years, including during 2020. He is aware of and familiar with the 2 entrances, exits to the community located along Highway 90, as well as the surveillance system that covers each entrance and exit. He would further testify that in October of 2020, members of the Horry County Police Department requested that he search the surveillance video footage looking for the vehicles they described as being driven by Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell. He provided that surveillance footage to the Horry County Police Department without editing it. That footage is contained in States Exhibits 118 and 119, and that footage has not been altered in any way. That stipulation was signed by myself and Case Britton on May 29th.
All right. Britton, is that the stipulation?
Again, Your Honor, just stipulate to the fact that it's a real and accurate representation. I do not stipulate to the fact of what she intends to use it for. Having said that, Your Honor, I understand that the witnesses and we'll go through that.
At this time,
Go ahead.
at this time, Your Honor, the state would ask that 118 and 119 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No further, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
You said yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I understand the ruling from earlier, Your Honor. No objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 118, 119 are admitted into evidence without objection.
Your Honor, there's been an agreement by and between the parties that if David Owens were to testify during trial, he would testify that during October 2020, he was employed by the PD Exchange gas station convenience store located on Highway 378 and PD Highway in Horry County near the Marion County border. He would testify that during October of 2020, PD Exchange had a number of surveillance cameras on the exterior of the property. He was familiar with that surveillance system, that he was asked by the Horry County Police Department for copies of the video surveillance footage from the evening of October 3rd into the morning of October 4th. He provided them with a copy of that footage, a copy of which is contained on State's Exhibit 64. The video footage has not been altered in any way.
All right, is that a stipulation between the state and the defense?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right.
At this time, the state would ask that Exhibit 64 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 64 is admitted into evidence without objection.
Lastly, Your Honor, there has been an agreement by and between the parties that if Tom Buchanan were to testify during trial, he would testify that he is a Lance Corporal with the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, commonly known as DNR. He would further testify he has been with DNR for approximately 8 years, and in that capacity, he installed a game camera at the entrance to the Lewis Ocean Bay Heritage Preserve, the preserve for short, located off International Drive in Horry County on September 21st, 2020. He did so because there were several instances of vandalism at that location. Sometime after October 3rd, 2020, he was asked to review still photos captured by that camera for anything that might be relevant to the murder of Greg Rice. He would testify that he saw Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell, both of whom he knew in a professional capacity, driving their respective vehicles into and out of the preserve on September 29th, September 30th, and October 2nd of 2020. He has reviewed still photos captured in those visits, identified as State's Exhibits 35 through 47, and attests that they are true and accurate copies of the photos from the game camera. Each photo bears his signature. That is a stipulation signed by myself and Case Britton on May 29th.
All right, does the defendant stipulate to that?
Again, Your Honor, yes, sir.
We would ask, the state would now ask that State's Exhibits 35 through 47 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
Again, Your Honor. No problem. Thank you.
All right, State's Exhibits 35 through 47 admitted into evidence without objection.
Thank you. Your Honor, if I can just check on my next witness. Okay. Your Honor, the next witness is walking over. He should be here any minute.
All right. We want to take a break or?
I would leave that to Your Honor. We have, do you want me to approach about scheduling or do you want?
Yeah.
It looks like they do take a break already there. Wow. Okay. Sure. We're gonna teleport and be in present time, and then they're back. So The trial is taking place in Conway, Horry County, South Carolina, at the Horry County Government and Judicial Center. I know we can't hear anything right now. Can go forward a little bit. And go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got some scheduling we need to prepare for the next witness, so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We have lunch coming for you, but it's not here yet. But it should be here shortly. Leave your notepads in the jury box. Do not discuss the case, even among yourselves. It's too early for deliberations. We'll be taking probably at least an hour. I'll give you plenty of time to eat, so don't feel rushed when it gets here. So whatever time you need to eat, we'll provide that to you. But don't discuss the case. Don't conduct any independent investigations. Leave your notepads in the jury box, and we'll bring you back as soon as we're done with lunch. Okay? Thank you very much.
Michelle Dunn says, oh gosh, gee, I'd forgotten about the teleport and DFLAF. I love it. Thank you. Me too. We love it. We love it. Are we ready? I just want to see if the attorneys say anything. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna. The attorneys are going to say something. We could look at a painting instead of the wall or a fan. Hi, Judge. Okay, so we just wait to see as the jury leaves.
All right, anything from the state before we break for lunch?
Your Honor, I would like to just approach for one thing that I just...
All right.
Okay, do we get to see it? Wait, we get to see the ceiling now. Okay, wow. Scott 63 said, I never got lunch. Why? In the 3 cases I was a juror in. That's not good.
Nothing on schedule, Your Honor.
All right, anything from the defense before we break for lunch?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I wish I could give you a definite time. We've ordered lunch coming in for the jurors. It's to be picked up at 12:15. So I think you're probably looking at about 12:25, 12:30 before it gets here. So you're probably looking at about 1:30 before I take it. Okay?
That's fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much.
It says at least no fan. Imagine if we started just following live and now we're staring at this wall for the next however long. How long? An hour and a half. I don't think so. Are you all ready to teleport? Because I am. There we go. We just skipped an hour and a half. Let me just refresh this feed because it's going to be present time any minute now. They said they should be back at 1:30 Eastern, which should be any minute now. That'll be good timing. Okay, so let's quickly see. Mi amor, must I say mi amore? Christo said, Horry is a French surname. The H is silent. Therefore, well, that's what I've been saying. I said it. Horry. Somebody corrected me, you know, earlier already. Okay, I remember it. We've covered another case from this county before. I'm like, oh yeah, Horry County. So yeah, we have DFLAF. We're looking at this beautiful painting here of the judge. They're coming back at 1:30 Eastern time, which is, it's already 1:33. Okay, they're 3 minutes late. They're 3 minutes late. But they will be back. So let me talk so that, let me recap something because then we know, then they'll be back, right? I should just start reading something and then we know, okay, they're coming back any minute now. Let's quickly have a look here. Hold on 1 second. I just want to read something to you. Find it. Okay. So, Meagan Jackson, she's 40 years old and she's on trial in Horry County, South Carolina for the murder, no, not that one, for the murder of Gregory Rice. Earlier, let me actually get to that comment, wait. Jill Hauser said, in my opinion, Jackson was going to expose, but you mean Gregory Rice, right? That could be a motive that Gregory Rice was going to expose the affair. See, started reading something, then they come back.
All right, anything from the state before we go to the jury?
So, see, I start reading something and they come back. That's how it works. So that could be part of the motive, is that obviously she's innocent until proven guilty. Okay. But that Meagan Jackson didn't want Gregory Rice to expose the affair, didn't want to lose her children, even though she wasn't married to Gregory Rice. There was probably a risk of that, especially if he knew about her affair, about her behavior. I mean, Savannah testified today and said that like her mom came home drunk and was saying I hope what happens to your dad happens to your sister. Like, what? Oh my goodness, right? Mi amor, I just want to say your handle. Christo said, I know, I was not correcting you. My name is Gisela. Someone else in chat, no, I know. I'm just saying it as well. I'm saying it for locals. Welcome, locals. I hope that you'll let us know that you are local, South Carolina, Horry County, and let us know if you'll be attending any of this trial. I've gotten a few emails of people saying they might go. So let me know if you do, right? Stefan says, I want to be a judge too with my painting in the courtroom. Yes, okay, let's quickly see. I was going to recap the case, but I think I just did, right? You guys are on the same page. If you're only joining now, this is the defendant, 40-year-old Meagan Jackson, accused of murdering 46-year-old Gregory Rice, the father of her 4 children. We don't know why, but she was having an affair with the deputy coroner, and he was married with 2 children. And he apparently admitted to helping her get rid of Gregory's body. And by get rid of, it means they bought the items, a tarp, ratchet straps, zip ties, a cinder block. All in one shopping round is what the state said in the opening statements. So we're probably going to see receipts of that, surveillance of that, I would assume. And Gregory's body was found in a river on November 8th of 2020. This has taken a long time. It's not that long, but it is. I mean, for the families, it's like, whoa, where is the justice? This has been 4.5 years to get here. She was out on bond. Then she violated her bond conditions. So she's back in jail. She's been, I think, for 2 years now. And here we are. Okay, so let's hear what they say here.
Just sort of some logistics. We're going to do the remote witness now just to sort of be done with that part of it.
All right.
Riley has made it so counsel doesn't have to join the WebEx meeting. If Your Honor wants the witness to be able to see you, you would join the meeting. I believe she sent you an invite. If so, she would ask that you turn off your speakers and your microphone.
Okay, my speaker's off. I mean, my the volume's off. How do I don't see where I've got anything. Where do I go?
So they're getting some remote witnesses. Okay.
Like a calendar? It should be a calendar invite. Is there? Do you have?
I mean, I know how to get to my virtual courtroom through the calendar.
So like on our Outlook, we have a calendar that shows everything we've got scheduled for that day. Do you have that on your Outlook email?
Shame.
No, I don't have anything on.
Like if I email you.
So I'm just going to pause and then we can just catch up. The pictures there would be of the former deputy coroner, Christopher Dontell, and of course the defendant, Meagan Jackson. Now, I personally, I'm sure you as well, can't wait to see Christopher Dontell take the stand and spill all the tea. He's facing a maximum of 20 years because he pleaded guilty and they dropped the murder charge. So he's accessory after the fact and conspiracy to commit murder were the charges there. Yeah, so he's facing 20 years, but at least not life without parole or the death sentence. Wow, I think he's going to spill the tea. So I'm looking forward to whenever he testifies. I don't know if it'll be today or not. We shall see.
Yeah.
It comes up on Outlook, right?
Right.
Okay.
That's Outlook right there.
Okay, and then do you mind if I?
Look at the defendant.
I don't see it on this calendar.
She said, when she sent it directly to Greg and it went to this Vermont.
That's my administrative assistant.
Stefan says, I wouldn't be surprised if Meagan testifies. Right. She looks like she could be the type. Especially after Christopher takes the stand. Ooh, imagine. Texas Tupac says, is there a Walmart in this mix? It feels like there could be. They so far mentioned a Lowe's.
What do you need?
Crafty Grandma says, does she know he pleaded guilty? Well, yeah. If she didn't, she sure does now because they said it in opening statements. Oh, yes. Kathleen said he looks like a very dodgy deputy coroner. Look at him. There he is. The picture on the top right. Okay, we're a few minutes behind you. Let's quickly. Shame that they're trying to get the remote witness going. Just remember, we were spoiled with the Maxwell Anderson trial. Sure, that trial it went so well, so smoothly, so on time. Okay. Yeah, Pauline B says daughter back in the courtroom. Yes. Gregory Rice's eldest daughter's back in the courtroom. So his obituary says Gregory Vincent Rice, 46, died October 2nd, 2020, suddenly. He was born October 13th of 1973 in Cincinnati, Ohio, the son of Robert William Rice and Patricia Ann Ackley Rice. Greg loved to golf and surf. He was also an avid Fortnite player, comic book collector, and enjoyed spending time outdoors. But above all else, Greg loved spending time with his children, Zachary, Savannah, and they mentioned 3 others, which I think are minors, so I'm not going to mention all their names, even though you can look up the obituary yourself. In addition to his parents and 5 children, so he must have obviously had a child from another relationship. He had 4 children with Meagan Jackson, and Savannah mentioned a half-sibling. 5 children. Greg is survived by his brothers, and they mention all the family names, of course. He also has many loyal friends who share in the mourning of his passing. Shame, okay. Now, okay, let's just... Here's the defense team, which you could see 2 brothers and a dad. This is the dad. Here's one of the brothers, and here's another one. Okay, so let's... Oh no. Maybe they're bringing the jury in. We caught up. The jury's not present. They're going to bring them in. And of course, they will then have a remote witness. Tracy said, does she have a tummy ache from all that curd she was chewing? She's hunched over now. I do wonder. Okay. Let's see what somebody else says here. Trial Gazer said, looks like there's no one in the courtroom supporting Mommy Dearest. Yeah. Okay, so shall I start reading something again so they can come back? VMath, thank you for being a member for 26 months and for your lovely message as well. I love your covering this trial. Thank you for being here with us. I love watching trials with all of you. Okay, so Meagan Jackson, 40, is accused of murdering Gregory Vincent Rice, the father of her 4 children, in October of 2020 in Horry County, South Carolina. Rice, 46, was reported missing by Meagan Jackson on October 5th of 2020, which we also learned today from the testimony, after last being seen on October 2nd of 2020. His body was found on November 8th of 2020, wrapped in a tarp, secured with zip ties, and weighed down by a cinder block in the Little Pee Dee River near Pitt's Landing off Highway 378 at the Horry Marion County line. Rice had been shot multiple times. I think I heard 5 times, right? Okay. Almost back. We're back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good lunch.
Jury's back from lunch.
At the trial of the case, make sure you have your own notepads and no one else's notepads. State can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Keith Yahn, who will be testifying via WebEx.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this next witness will be testifying virtually. Now, you are to judge this witness's credibility and the testimony the same way you would any other witness if the witness were present in person testifying in this stand.
Keith, can you turn on your camera? There you go. All right. And the clerk's going to swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Keith, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
E-A-E-I-T-H dot Y-A-H-N.
And where do you work?
I work for NDI Recognition Systems in Winter Springs, Florida.
What does your company do?
We develop, produce, and sell license plate recognition to law enforcement and homeland security.
How long have you worked at NDI Recognition Systems?
22 years.
And what is your current position?
Chief Operating Officer.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities?
Responsible for the general day-to-day operations of the business, from sales to support to production, installations, all of our operationals throughout the country.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what a license plate reader does?
Sure. A license plate reader is a system devised of a camera connected to a computer that typically sits on the side of the road. The camera takes pictures of every vehicle that passes by and digitizes that picture and sends it to the computer that's attached. The computer then looks for the license plate in the picture, and it actually reads the text on the license plate and then sends that immediately via cellular modem to a server based at the state in the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. That all takes place sub-second, so it's almost instantaneous. And then it stores that data in the server, where it can be used for either historical analysis or to match immediately against hot lists that are also stored in the server.
What do you mean by hot list?
A hot list is a list that's typically created by the FBI, the state, or a local law enforcement agency, and it's a list of license plate numbers and why they may be wanted for some purpose, whether that be a stolen vehicle, a stolen license plate, expired insurance, wanted person, something like that.
How long have license plate readers been in use?
They were actually developed in the mid-90s and have been in use ever since.
Do you have knowledge of license plate readers in Horry County?
I do, yes.
And specifically, do Myrtle Beach and the city of Conway use LPR systems provided by your company?
Yes, both do.
Can you explain how an LPR system obtains the date and time? Well, let me back up. If a still is created from the LPR system, does that contain a date and time and location even?
It does, I'm sorry. When that data is sent from the roadside computer to the server, it does include a color overview picture of the vehicle, a zoomed in black and white picture of just the license plate, along with the location, the camera name, the date, the time, and the GPS coordinates.
How does the LPR system get the date and time that it uses on those stills?
The date and time from those stills comes from the computer that's on the roadside, which is a Windows-based processor. So it uses Windows time synchronization, which means every 9 hours, every 9.1 hours actually, that system will go out through the internet to a time server, which is pool.ntp.org, which is run by Microsoft, and it will synchronize the time. So the time is synchronized through the web every 9.1 hours.
Did you get the first part of that website, or do you need that? Yeah. Can you just spell out that first part of the website that you just said that it goes to?
Sure. It's not an actual website you go to visit. It's just for time synchronization. But the name of it is pool, P-O-O-L, .ntp, as in network time protocol, .org.
Thank you very much. Have you been working with license plate readers since their inception, basically?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Based on your experience with the system, are the date and time included on LPR stills or reads accurate?
They are. They're such an important and integral part of the system that it's really important that we maintain accuracy there, which is why it's updated and synchronized every 9.1 hours.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Who's questioning?
Meagan, Coach Soles, just one more Steve, co-counsel.
In a moment, I'm going to have you answer questions from one of the Britons on the cross-examination.
Okay.
Blue Bear Art said her facial expressions alone are going to sink her. And Charlie, aka someone else, said she looks like she is watching a trial on TV. Right? And you guys are saying, well, I paused here. Beach Bomb says, there's that smug look again. Uh-huh.
Hey, sir. How are you today?
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask you about, do you know how many, as you see here today, how many LPR cameras there are in Horry County?
In Horry County, I believe there's right about 40 that are operated by our company, and then they have some operated by some competitors as well.
Okay. And how about any in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? How many do you have in the Myrtle Beach area?
Myrtle Beach, I believe, has 28.
And how many do you have in the Sockastee area?
I'm unfamiliar with that area, I'm sorry.
Okay. How about with Conway area?
In Conway, I believe there's right about 10.
Okay. All right. How about an Aner? Do you happen to know about Aner?
Objection relevance?
Cross-examination.
Do you happen to know how many there are in Aner, sir?
I don't know anything about Aner.
Okay. Were you asked to look at any specific areas, or did you do a general search for this license plate?
I don't do any searches for license plates.
Okay. So what was your involvement in this case?
We developed and sold the system to the law enforcement agencies, and the systems are operated with those within those jurisdictions.
Okay. So if there was a need to pull those LPRs in areas other than the ones that are in this case, would they have come to you to help pull those?
No, sir. They would have. Those are all contained in the server at SLED,
Okay.
so they would have gone to SLED.
Okay. And so if we wanted to know and see where these vehicles were at other times, you're not the guy for that?
No, I'm not.
Okay. But based on what you've told us, there are many cameras throughout both the city and the county. Is that correct?
Sure.
Do you have any information at all about the facts in this case?
No, I don't. I have no idea about this case at all.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
All right.
No further questions?
All right, read ready.
No, Your Honor, but I would ask
Thanks.
that Mr. Yahn be allowed to return to work.
All right, any objection?
Yes, sir.
All right, ready to go. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Keith.
Thank you.
Stay and call your next witness.
Going to be State House Jonathan Kelly.
The way that the defendant stares at the jury, my goodness. Charm says, I'm loving the snarky energy, right? There's a lot of snark in that courtroom. I can't go for it anymore. I wish I could. Can't yet, but here comes the witness. We're all caught up now. We've teleported right over lunch.
Please raise your right hand and put your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give to court in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God, I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Sergeant Jonathan Kelly. Last name is spelled Kelly.
Sergeant Kelly, where do you work?
Horry County Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
A little over 15 years.
What's your current position at the Horry County PD?
Currently, I work for the Office of Professional Standards. Most people might refer to it as Internal Affairs.
How long have you worked with Internal Affairs?
7 months.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant in Internal Affairs?
Mostly, we conduct investigations related to policy violations. Additionally, we might respond to subpoenas and FOIA requests, things like that.
Okay. What was your assignment back in October 2020?
I was assigned as a detective to the Homicide Division.
What were your duties as a detective assigned to the Homicide Division?
To investigate death investigations or violent assaults, robbery, and anything else, any other types of crimes that I was asked to do. Also assist other officers in whatever crimes they were investigating.
Were you asked to assist in the investigation into the murder of Gregory Rice on October 2nd, 2020?
I was.
How did you become involved?
On, I believe it was October 13th, I was asked to go to Abuelos near Coastal Grand Mall in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County. And I was asked to obtain surveillance to see if there was, if the defendant and co-defendant were on surveillance.
Okay. And were you able to get surveillance footage from Abuelos?
I was. We got footage from roughly 6 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And could you see the defendant on that footage?
I did.
Did you verify when you were out there that the date and time on the footage was correct?
Not the first day. So when we obtained surveillance on the 13th, we obtained, like I said, from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. And I then took that footage back to the office and reviewed it. I remembered after reviewing it that we hadn't verified the timestamp with current time. So the next day on the 14th, I went back to the location, verified that the timestamp was 35 minutes fast. So you'd have to subtract 35 minutes from the timestamp on the video to get real time. I also noticed during that time that we missed an angle the first time. When we were downloading the footage, we were trying to just get footage where patrons would be. So we didn't download the portions related to like back of house, like the chef's cook's area. Okay. So I observed a different angle as I was verifying the timestamp. So I also got additional footage that day as well on the 14th.
You said you verified the date and time. How did you do that?
I looked at what was displayed on the live feed, and then I looked at my cell phone and just compared the two.
So you found out, I believe you said it was 35 minutes ahead?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit.
Yes, Meagan, we're going to see you from all angles having dinner with the coroner, your boyfriend. The one you're having an affair with? Yeah.
May I approach, Connor?
Yes, ma'am.
So State's Exhibit 14, it's already been admitted into evidence. Did you get a copy of the video from Abuelos that day?
Yes.
Did you provide a copy of that to the solicitor's office?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that flash drive?
I have.
And is that a copy, a true accurate copy of what we provided?
It is.
Okay?
And I can tell that because it has my signature on it.
You signed it. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14A and 14C. Let's start with 14A. Have you reviewed that disc? You can take it out.
I don't see my signature on this one.
Have you
specifically.
reviewed?
But it does say clips from Abuelo's video, which is the footage that I collected.
So have you reviewed clips from Abuelo's footage?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 14C. Same question. Is that also a disc with clips? Is clips from 14?
Yes. Again, I don't see specifically my signature on this one, but it is also, the disc states that it's clips from Abuelo's, which would be the footage that I obtained.
Okay. And have you...
Abuelos. Thank you for writing it in chat, because I was like, what word are these? Abuelos. A-B-U-E-L-O-S. Is that how we spell that? A restaurant. From 6 to 11 p.m. with coroner boyfriend. Oh my word. Just based on her demeanor in the courtroom, I didn't even know what we're going to see. What are we about to see? I hope we do get to see some of it. Texas Tupac said, Abuelos, I think, is Tex-Mex restaurant, right? I haven't been to one in a long while, but I know it's a chain restaurant. Let us know, locals, if you know where it is, what it is, and if it's any good.
Have you reviewed clips from Abuelo's?
Yes.
And are those clips fair and accurate representations of what's contained on Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would admit 14A and 14C and evidence are published to the jury.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. That we instructed the witness that he's not able to establish the proper chain of custody for it. There's no signature on those documents, on those discs to identify that he's the person that handled them. Don't have any way to know whether or not they've been tampered or if those are in fact the ones that were procured for that day.
Your Honor, do you want me to respond?
Well, no, I mean, he says he's just basing it upon what's written on there.
Well, he said that he's reviewed the clips. The clips
But earlier on, he said
well,
he didn't know what it was, but he was reading as to what it is.
Your Honor, he's reviewed the clips. The solicitor's office just burns them to a disc from our system.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
But we'll use Exhibit 14.
Well, Exhibit 14 is voluminous.
Well, and I understand that.
We can.
But he did not properly authenticate 14A and 14C.
Your Honor, if it's okay with the court, we'll move on to a different witness. We'll have him review those, just so we don't have the jury sitting there watching a voluminous amount of material.
That would be fine.
Thank you.
So, for right now, I am sustaining the defendant's objections to 14A and 14C as they have not been properly authenticated.
Okay, we'll have him review them, Your Honor, and get back to it.
All right.
So I can step down?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, wait a minute. Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we were trying to pause this witness and recall him in a few minutes. Well, I guess we'll have to play the video then. I'm sorry.
Oh dear.
What we'll do is try to...
Shame. So now they've got one disc which is voluminous. They've got another disc which is obviously the segments they want to play, but because that wasn't identified, because the signature wasn't on it, wow, now they're going to play the voluminous one. Otherwise, the judge is like, well, then it's cross-examination. Damn, okay.
Your Honor, would you listen to this right?
Oh dear. Jenny Lynn says she was just trying to lay the foundation. Exactly. Oh my, okay. Michelle Dunn says, does the accused have a defense or just completely deny? I think her defense is throwing the boyfriend under the bus. From what I heard from opening statements, it sounds like deny. Obviously poke holes in the state's case, saying there's no murder weapon, you didn't find that. There's no 911 call. They say there's no direct evidence, okay? And then to throw the boyfriend, former deputy coroner under the bus. in my opinion. What do you think? What do you think the defense is? Rainbow Rabbit Hole says abuelo means grandpa. Okay. Tangley with Gina says abuelos would be a better name.
All right, they want you to review that video.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense counsel wants to go over there while they review it.
Oh, sure, yes, sir. Thank you. Your Honor, is the jury going to watch and review the video?
No, it's not in evidence. It cannot be seen by the jury at this juncture.
Thank you.
They won't be able to see it. Make sure that you project it.
You get that.
Jasmine says, wonder when her accomplice is going to testify. I can't wait. Please, can it be today? If not, can it be first thing tomorrow? Can it be all day? Spill the tea. I can't wait. Courtroom is pretty full, right? Sure. Sharon TH says, do you think slam dunk? Well, I don't think that Maxwell Anderson's trial was a slam dunk. Ooh, there was a lot of circumstantial evidence that they built slowly over the trial. This one, I think, would be closer to, but still not quite slam dunk. We'll have to see. I just imagine her face when the ex-boyfriend takes the stand. Wow. Let's try it. I think I could go forward 30 seconds or so. Okay. Now he's going to sign it.
Thank you. Okay, let's try this again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you just step off the stand and watch State's Exhibit 14A?
I did.
Is that a copy of clips from the video surveillance you obtained from Abuelos?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the actual footage you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, the State seeks to admit 14A in evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
Not to be difficult, Your Honor, but we still haven't established a chain of custody with this particular disc, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the chain of custody is not required for this disc.
Let me make the ruling.
Okay.
Okay? You don't need to continue arguing. You tendered it into evidence. They've raised their objection. Now I've got to rule on their objection. All right? All right. State's Exhibit 14A is admitted into evidence over defendant's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to show you 14C. Have you also reviewed 14C?
I have.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the video footage you actually obtained that day?
It is.
Your Honor, the State seeks to introduce 14C in evidence and publish it to the jury.
Any objection?
Mr. Your Honor.
All right. State's Exhibit 14C admitted into evidence without objection.
All right. Sergeant Kelly.
Yes, ma'am.
We just watched State's Exhibit 14C. Could you identify anyone that you could see on that video?
Yes.
And who was that?
Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson were exiting the location. And again,
And were you familiar with Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson prior to obtaining this video?
yes.
How did you know who they were?
Chris Dontell was a deputy coroner, so he had been on several death investigations that I had been on, so just working relationship, had known him. And same with Meagan Jackson. She was a transport driver for the coroner's office, or for a contracted company, I guess. But I knew
you
her.
recognize them by sight?
Yes.
You know what they look like?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I think I played them out of order. Let's play 14A. So that one, I believe you just said was them leaving.
Correct.
Can you tell me, if you can still see it, the date and time stamp on there?
That says October 2nd, 2020 at 1957, which is military time is actually 7:57. But again, that's 35 minutes fast. So it should be maybe 7:22, if I'm subtracting that right.
Exactly. Athlete must run through it. Okay, let's see. Let's play 14A. Okay, we just watched 14A. Can you tell me what you viewed on that video?
That was Chris and Megan arriving at Abuelos about 50 minutes earlier than the previous video.
Okay. So they're out of order, but one is arriving and one's leaving.
Correct.
And what's the date on both of those?
October 2nd, 2020.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor.
So what we're seeing would be the defendant, Meagan Jackson, and her boyfriend. The guy was married with the 2 children. He was having an affair with her. She had 4 children with Gregory Rice, the victim, right? So Meagan Jackson, a transporter for the coroner's office, and the former deputy coroner of Horry County, together going for dinner at Abuelos on the same day that Gregory Rice was last seen alive, the day that the state believes that he was murdered, that he was shot multiple times, right? So that is why this is important, because, man, we're seeing those 2. The one has already pleaded guilty and will be testifying against her. Wow, we're seeing them just like go to a restaurant that same day.
Approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14B. Can you tell me what this is?
This is one of the other angles. This is a screenshot of Chris and Megan sitting at the bar at Abuelos on the same date, and the timestamp on that is 7:09.
Okay. And is that a steal from the video State's Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State seeks to introduce 14B in evidence.
Manipulation.
Mr. Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 14B admitted in evidence without objection.
Oh, Your Honor, we publish this to the jury.
All right.
She looks very worried.
Sergeant Kelly, there's a red circle on here. Who do you see sitting at the bar?
That's Chris and Megan.
And again, what time was that?
The timestamp on there is 1909, which would be 7:09. And again, you have to subtract 35 minutes to get the right time, I believe.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked in State Exhibit 15, 16, and 17. And are these also stills from the video we literally just watched?
Yes, the time on this, or the number 17 is Chris and Megan leaving. Number 16 is Chris and Meagan arriving, as is number 15. Those are just a few seconds apart.
And are those fair and accurate representations of video stills from State's Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State would seek to admit 15, 16, and 17 into evidence and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
That's right, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 15, 16, and 17, admitted in evidence.
So I believe you just kind of told us what they show, but just for the purpose of, can you flip it? Okay, just now that the jury can actually see the picture, I know we've seen the video, but just tell me what this Exhibit 15 shows.
This is Chris and Meagan arriving, and as I'm looking at this, I also realized the timestamp on the actual footage there is that was 7:41 on the timestamp, but the time that was showing on the video clip was covering that timestamp, so that's actually the accurate time.
Okay.
So the time that was showing on the videos that we watched was accurate timing. This is when I watched the video on the actual footage. That's the timestamp that's on there.
So there's the original time and a corrected time. Is that what
Yeah. So that timestamp at the bottom center of the photo is the timestamp that the footage shows from the surveillance system. That time that's noted on the right is the corrected time when you subtract the 35 minutes.
And I believe you testified that you verified that night that the correct time was the time in real life.
Yes.
Okay, let's have 16. Okay, so in this photo, who do you see in this photo?
That's Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson again.
And can you tell from this photo what Christopher Dontell is wearing?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's like a blue long sleeve shirt and some dark colored pants with brown shoes.
And what's the date and time stamp on this one?
This is October 2nd, 2020.
Okay, let's have Exhibit 17, please. Okay, and once again, what do you see in this video?
Again, this is when Chris Dontell and Meagan Jackson are leaving Abuelos.
What's the date and time stamp on this one?
That is October 2nd, 2020.
What's the accurate time?
The accurate time is 7:57 p.m.
Okay. Did you, after going to Abuelos and locating this surveillance footage, did you try to check any other businesses in the area to see if any additional surveillance footage could be located?
I did. I checked.
Go ahead.
I checked Coastal Grand Mall and some of the other businesses on the exterior of Coastal Grand Mall and the exterior perimeter road around Coastal Grand Mall, and I didn't find anything of interest.
Okay. You said you found nothing else.
Yeah, nothing of interest.
Her face as she's looking at the detective or the sergeant is like, oh, did you now? You went to look for more footage, huh? Didn't find anything, did you?
Interest.
Did you and another detective check for video at or near the Lowe's Food Plaza on International Drive?
Yes.
Why were you asked to do that?
There was information that Greg Rice's phone tracked to that area. One of its last pings was in that area, so we were just checking businesses around that area for surveillance footage.
Okay. And what date were you looking for?
I believe October 2nd and into October 3rd, I believe.
Why was that date important?
That was the last day that his phone pinged, and that was I believe, the last time that it was reported that he was seen.
Okay. Were you able to locate any surveillance footage from that shopping center?
Yes.
Where were you able to get it from?
Howell's Computer Repair.
Okay. Where's that located?
I don't know the exact address, but if you're looking at Lowe's front door from the parking lot, it's to the left, but in the same structure, like the same plaza building.
Okay. Have you reviewed that video?
I have.
And does that video have a date and time stamp?
It does.
Okay. we've learned from our stipulation that that timestamp's 10 minutes fast. I'm going to approach with what's already been admitted into evidence as states Exhibit 21.
Yes.
Just to see. Is this a copy? Did you give a copy of the surveillance to the solicitor?
The copy was, I'm not sure how necessarily it was delivered, but again, my signature is not on this particular.
This one's already been admitted into evidence.
Okay.
The copy that we make copies of what you provide.
Okay, yes, so, yes, it was submitted to evidence.com and evidence the way that we would normally submit it, correct?
Okay, so when you say you submitted to evidence.com, is that uploading it to a computer software system?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not, I'm just clarifying, you're not actually delivering flash drives to the solicitor's office?
Correct.
All right. Did you also, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as States Exhibit 22. Yeah. Okay. May I approach, Yahn?
Yes.
All right, so this one, I believe has your initials, so let's look and see.
Kim says her facial expressions reminds me of Corey Richards a little bit. Hey, that case out of Utah. Her trial date's also been moved a lot. So was Meagan Jackson's. I mean, it's been postponed so many times. It was going to happen on February 4th of 2025, and then the defense said they need more time to prepare. So yeah, here we are finally, though, after multiple delays. I'm glad that we can watch this trial together, even though it won't be a very long one.
Yes.
Okay, so have you reviewed that disc and verified what it is?
Yes.
And what is that disc?
This is clips from the footage obtained from Hal's surveillance camera.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate representation of the clips that you obtained?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to introduce Exhibit 22 in evidence and publish in jury.
Meagan Jackson.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 22 admitted in evidence without objection.
LaDonna Coleman, yes. You said Meagan was 35 at the time this happened? Yes. She's 40 years old now. Gregory Rice was 46 when he was murdered on October 2nd of 2020. Steel Guitar says, gee, is it known who found the body? They did say in the opening statements, I think it was someone fishing? Yeah, I'll have to listen to that closer again. But yes, they did say so.
So, play 22A. So pause for 1 second, just for clarification. Sergeant Kelly.
Yes, ma'am.
When you obtained this video footage, did you obtain footage other than just the defendant? That's inartfully worded. What I'm asking is, when you obtained it, did you obtain a specific time period and not just footage of the defendant?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So are what we're looking at here clips of the portions of the footage that relate to the defendant, Meagan Jackson?
Correct.
Okay. So let's play this one. Okay, so first of all, just pause it. What's the date and time on this video?
October 2nd, 2020.
And can you read the timestamp?
The time says 23:17, and if I remember right, I believe that's 10 minutes fast, so it should actually really be, in layman's terms, it would be 11:07 p.m.
Okay, And as we watch the video, can you tell us what you see in the video?
As we watch it,
Yep, as,
Okay.
as it happens, try to narrate.
All right.
We can pause it when we need to.
so there's a silver Ford Explorer, which I know is what Chris Dontell drives as a county vehicle, and the van that pulled in is also what I know Meagan Jackson drives for transport.
Okay.
Here we see Dontell getting out of the vehicle, and we'll see in a second his clothing is the same that he was wearing at Abuelo's.
Does he have anything in his hand?
He has a
May I have an objection, if I could state, please? All right. I don't believe it's appropriate for the witness to narrate the evidence. This is the evidence that they're presenting to the jury. The jury's able to see it. It doesn't need to be a narrator for it, and I don't think that's appropriate testimony on it.
Would you like me to respond?
Please.
Your Honor, the witness is narrating the video because he's a police detective, and as part of his investigation, he reviewed this video and located the defendants and their cars and the defendants themselves on the video. This is a way the state frequently presents evidence. It's nothing out of the ordinary. I don't see anything wrong with the defendant stating what he sees on the video. He can either do it while it's playing, or I can have him do it when it's not playing.
Well, I don't think just because it's been done in the past makes it something you just can do today, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to allow the testimony, but ladies and gentlemen, it's up to you to decide factually what the video shows. If you find that the witness's account does not coincide with what you view, then you're to disregard his testimony. I'll allow him to testify as to what he says the video shows, but ultimately it's going to be your decision to decide what the video shows. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can continue to narrate what you see.
so he's carrying a bag.
Okay?
At this point, he appears to open the rear hatch to the van and puts the bag in the rear area of the van.
And then it is very clear footage, though. My goodness, there he is.
It's now roughly real-time 11:10. Chris Dontell opens and closes the rear hatch of the Explorer. And just a few seconds later, still roughly 11:10 p.m., the van drives out of the parking lot.
And you may have already said this, but
The coroner's office was hard at work that night, hey? Friday night, sure, October 2nd of 2020, past 11 p.m. Wow, there's the transporter, Meagan Jackson, and the former deputy coroner, Chris Dontell. Dinner and duffel bag transfers, or a bag, from one car to another on a Friday night so late. Okay then.
did you recognize that van?
Yeah, that's what I know Meagan Jackson to drive.
In what capacity did she drive that van?
Transport van for transporting dissidents or decedents.
date and time on this video?
This one is October 3rd, 2020, and the timestamp shows 12:25 a.m., just after midnight, but the actual time is 12:15 a.m.
Okay. I'm looking And what do you see parked there in the parking lot?
The Explorer is still there, and now a van is pulling up. It's the same make, model, appearing to be the same transport van that Meagan Jackson is known to drive. There I see, again, same outfit, Chris Dontell exiting the driver's seat, going into the rear hatch of the van, pulls out what appears to be the same bag from earlier. It was hard to see there, but in between the two vehicles, you could see a person walk from the passenger side of the van in between the vehicles, and the clothing was dark. So I assume Meagan Jackson.
Well, the defense will say an individual. Assuming Meagan
It's
Jackson.
consistent with the clothing she was seen in Abuelo's. Chris Dontell loads the bag back into the Ford Explorer and gets into the driver's seat.
Remember that she's also charged with 4 counts of unlawful neglect of a child. 4 counts. I'm quite glad that the state threw that at her as well, because they say while she was allegedly doing all of this that's now unfolding before our very eyes, she was neglecting her children. They were minors. They were at home, you know.
Now, real time, it is roughly 12:17 a.m. and the Explorer is driving off. And now the van is left behind.
All right, let's move on to the next group. Okay, pause it for 1 second. Okay, what's the date and time here?
This is October 3rd, 2020. Timestamp says 1:27 a.m. Real time would be 1:17 a.m.
Okay, you can press one. And what do you see parked in the parking lot there?
Meagan Jackson's van is still parked there. There's a silver Ford Explorer arriving, which is consistent with Chris Dontell's county vehicle. Again, we see coming from the passenger side a person appearing to wear all dark clothing. That's consistent with what I saw in the Abuelo's video that Meagan Jackson was wearing. She appears to get into the passenger side of the van. Chris Dontell grabs the bag out of the Explorer again, walks to the van, pops the rear hatch. Places the bag in the van, closes the rear hatch. Then he gets into the driver's seat of the van at timestamp 1:29, but again, 10 minutes fast. That would real time would be 1:19. And then the van drives off, leaving the Explorer behind again this time.
All right, final video. Final clip. All right, so what's the date and time here?
This is October 3rd, 2020. Timestamp says 8:25 a.m. It's actually 8:15 a.m.
Okay.
You can see the Explorer, Silver Explorer, is still parked in the same spot from the last video. Doesn't appear to have moved. And arriving is a minivan. Again, consistent with Meagan Jackson's van. It's a little difficult to see, but in between the palm fronds there, you can see, again, clothing matching what Chris Dontell was wearing in the Abuelo's footage.
Looking over here.
He goes into the rear hatch of the van, grabs a bag that appears to be the same bag.
Sure. The
that
bag's
he's
going
moved
back and forth.
back and forth.
Jinx.
Timestamp now says 8:28 a.m., which is actually 8:18. You can see the Ford Explorer that Chris Dontell drives is leaving, and then also the van is leaving behind it. And they both leave the parking lot.
Just to be clear, are those merely clips of the entire surveillance video that you retrieved?
That's correct.
So if the jury wanted to watch, they watch the entire.
They could.
And all those videos that we just saw were the two vehicles that you pointed out, the Silver Explorer and the van, consistent throughout.
Yes.
And I believe you said you recognize those.
Yes. They both appear to be consistent with what Chris Dontell or Meagan Jackson would use at work.
Let's move on to.
Look at her face. And apparently the two of them bought zip ties, the tarp, the straps, the cinder block, all in one shopping trip at some point. We haven't seen that. Smart, very smart. Like all the surveillance of like the coroner's department vehicles going back and forth that night. Like, what are they doing? We can imagine what they're doing. What they ended up doing was, they also said in the opening statements, they went to the, they said Gregory Rice's body was in the cooler at the funeral home. They went to the Myrtle Beach funeral home. So the accusation the state is making, the allegations, the crime, saying that they murdered, shot multiple times, I think they said 5 times, Gregory Rice. And then they were transporting his body, because remember, that's what she did for her job as well. And he, the guy she was having an affair with, and he was having an affair with her because he was married with 2 children. Yeah, he was the deputy coroner. So I think in the bag could be, I don't know, the zip ties, it could even be the weapon, it could be the tarps and all of that. But eventually they allegedly put Gregory Rice's body, rolled it up in a tarp, secured it with zip ties, straps, and then weighed it down with a cinder block and went to Little Pee Dee River in South Carolina. So, and his body was only found more than a month later, on November 8th. So I'm sure they're going to piece this all together. I would hope so. But it's interesting footage to see what they were up to that night. And you know what's so dumb? Based on the opening statement, they had Gregory Rice's phone with them that whole time. Yeah, that whole time. So it's like the two of them are there, you know, the cars, it's her car for work, his car for work, and the two of them are going to restaurants and meeting up and all that. And then Gregory Rice's phone is with them the whole time. Oh my word. Until around just after, I think they said 11:15 or 11:20 p.m. that night, October 2nd of 2020.
Did you respond to the Myrtle Beach funeral home?
Yes.
And where's that located?
I don't recall the address, but it's just south of Faro Parkway and Highway 17 bypass in the Myrtle Beach section of Horry County.
And were you able to determine whether Myrtle Beach Funeral Home had an alarm system?
Yes.
Were you able to determine if it was functioning at the time of this murder?
It was functional, but the owner had kept it disabled because he was getting too many false alarms. So he didn't want to pay the false alarm fines. So there was an active system, but it was not being utilized.
Okay. What about surveillance footage? Were you able to get any surveillance footage from the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
No. It did have surveillance system at one time, but the information that we obtained was that it had been rendered non-functional during another review for a different instance.
Well, that's unfortunate. We were hoping now that they would show us that, you know, them arriving at the Myrtle Beach funeral home. But there was someone that saw them there, so I'm sure they're also going to testify, which is quite interesting. Okay, let's continue here.
So were you able to obtain any surveillance footage from the Myrtle Beach funeral home?
No, it was not functional at that time.
Okay. What, if anything, did you learn about who has access to the Myrtle Beach funeral home?
We asked the funeral director and learned that
Defense has asked a number of witnesses if they had, a number of law enforcement witnesses, if there were any reports of shots fired the night Greg Rice was killed. In your experience, are there always calls when shots are fired in Horry County?
not always.
For this witness, Brian.
All right, cross-examination.
Course and bill.
All right.
Was that the extent of your involvement, sir?
In relation to the death investigation, yes. I believe I obtained a search warrant for maybe some GPS locations related to a possible bond violation.
Okay.
But I'd have to check my notes to remember the exact details.
Did you, as we see here today, do you have a general understanding of what's been alleged to have happened?
Yes.
You understand that there's an allegation that Ms. Jackson and Chris Dontell were having an affair?
Correct.
They were having an affair, right? And
Bless you.
bless you. And as part of that, some of what we've seen here in terms of Lowe's, you notice every time they left Lowe's and they were going towards Meagan Jackson's house, what vehicle were they in?
I don't know which direction they went when they left the parking lot.
Oh, you didn't have that. That was not part of your investigation. You don't know where they left and went to.
No, I don't.
Okay. Would it make sense to you that if they were going to take their vehicle, drive to Meagan Jackson's house, where Erica Dontell, the person who is in the dark, lives nearby, that they would take Meagan Jackson's vehicle so as not to reveal
Objection,
the
Your
affair.
Honor. Calls for speculation.
That could make sense, yes.
Okay. And so all of the shuffling around of vehicles makes sense for people who are engaged in an affair that they are trying to hide. You agree with that?
Yeah.
You'd also agree with me, wouldn't you, that Meagan Jackson appears to be wearing the same clothes at Lowe's as she was at Lowe's?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that we don't have any audio from any of this footage?
That is correct.
Okay. So we don't know what they were discussing at Abuelo's.
Correct.
So any effort to determine what they were discussing based on the evidence you have presented would just be speculation, right?
Correct.
You likewise agree with me that people who are, again, having an affair still have to eat. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And so just being at a restaurant together in and of itself is not any kind of proof of any kind of negative or improper activity.
This is correct.
You probably also agree with me that in these times when there's no report of gunshots, that'd be a little less likely in an area where there are 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 residents.
The more densely populated an area is, I would suggest the more likely somebody might call. Horry County's a rural county, though, and you are allowed to hunt in the rural counties, the rural areas of Horry County. You're allowed to shoot as long as you have proper backstop and things like that. So it's not uncommon to hear gunshots in Horry County.
How about at Arrowhead, sir? Flint Lake Apartments. How many people live out there?
She is very animated. My goodness, calm down.
It's densely populated there, but there are wooded areas, and there's the intracoastal waterway right there as well.
So we can agree that Flint Lake Apartments is densely populated with people who presumably can hear.
Yeah, correct.
And not only is Flint Lake Apartments in and of itself densely populated, the area driving in and out of there is densely populated with homes.
Correct. There's also woods in that area as well, but yes, it's Myrtle Beach, so it's more metropolitan than, say, Green Sea or Aner.
Okay. Horse and Golden.
All right.
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Briefly, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Britt asked you a question about the videos, and you see a lot of shuffling back and forth, and is that consistent with people having an affair? In your 15 years in law enforcement, is that shuffling around also consistent with people involved in a homicide?
It could be. It could be for any number of reasons. I don't know how to elaborate more. It could be for any number of reasons, but that could be also another possibility.
Okay.
All right.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take a short break, give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, get something to drink, leave your notepads in the jury box, do not discuss the case, you do them on yourself. We'll take about a 15-minute break, and we'll come back in a second.
Vicious. see if the attorneys are going to say anything. And obviously, we're pretty much in real time. We can only skip forward 5 minutes or so, which does help, right? So let's quickly see if they're going to say anything. I just want to see, I was reading something here. Yeah, I'm going to read you that. Just hold on 1 second. There he says, the stress of an affair makes one hangry. Grumpy Bunny says, I think maybe she'll be advised not to take the stand, but will insist on doing so. Can you imagine? So let's see what you guys have voted. I've got a poll running while we're live here.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Yes, sir, just a request. I need access to that computer after we're done today. We're just trying to figure out how I can do that without putting the bailiffs in call. I don't want to.
What computer are you talking about?
This one has the hard drive that was given to us as discovery. It's not something I can just pick up, move, take back to the office. It's essentially my office for this case. So I just need some time, but I don't know how to go about arranging that. If they'll let me in early, I'll come
You're
over.
either going to have a bailiff stay here with you while you go through it, or you're going to have to take it somewhere with you. So, I mean, I'll allow you access to it, but I think those are your two choices.
Okay. All
I
right.
don't know how to give you access without having somebody here to keep the courtroom open.
Understood. Okay. And then the second request is just, since we made a decision on the guns, would it be fair to have those, the box of the gun right here, maybe removed from courtroom?
I mean, are they viewable by the jury?
No, they're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take about a 15-minute break.
Now we can look at the painting. So there's already been 6 witnesses today. And if you're only joining now, welcome. We are watching a trial that's happening in Horry County, South Carolina. Okay, so we've gone forward now. Wait, so we've skipped about 6 minutes and they're taking about a 15-minute break. So we'll just keep an eye on this. Let me quickly show you a few things. Now, I don't know where the homes were and all of that, but I did look up where the location was, where Gregory Rice's body was found, which was on November 8th of 2020, right? Okay, so if we just zoom in like this. So they said that Gregory Rice was last seen on October 2nd of 2020. The state says he was shot multiple times, 5 times is what I've read. And then his body was temporarily stored at the Myrtle Beach funeral home, and an embalmer saw Meagan Jackson and Chris Dontell there that night. Okay, so there's the restaurant, and they're there at that complex. We saw some surveillance now. Okay, and then I don't know at what point, it could have been the next day that they went, because it was on October 3rd of 2020, the day after Gregory Rice was last seen alive, that apparently, and we're yet to hear that, we're waiting to see cell phone evidence, Meagan texted her lover boy, the deputy coroner, and said, it's done. And in fact, let me quickly read what I found here. It says, Mrs. Jackson said to him essentially, it was him or you. I need you to go get him out of the cooler at the Myrtle Beach funeral home and get rid of him. We then have, so then it says, sorry, this is quoting now from some of the court hearings. But apparently she texted boyfriend and said, it's done. You need to go get him out of the cooler and you need to get rid of the body, okay? And apparently Chris Dontell, because he pleaded guilty, admitted to doing so, to helping to get rid of Gregory Rice's body. So that was at this, they say it was at this Little Pee Dee River. Little Pee Dee River, and near this Pitts Landing area. I don't know if we could put the Google man there. I don't think so. Can we try? Ooh, okay. Google man, can you go sort of there? Sort of. Pitts Landing, okay. Wait, we're going away from it now. Let's go this way. We're driving now. Buckle up, everyone. Would it be, oh yeah, in here, okay. It won't let me go any further. But you could see the water over here. So I don't know how far of a drive that was, although let me quickly type in here, wait. I just want to quickly see something. If we say Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. That one, okay. This. Let's see that. How far is that? It's quite a drive, actually. Myrtle Beach Funeral Home today. It's 42 minutes. Not too bad, but whoa. Okay. Wow. Yeah. So Carolina Moon says that off of Highway 378. Yeah. And Sharon says, oh, good. And Obama saw them at the funeral home. They don't just have unidentified bodies stored there. Yeah. Exactly. So if they went to this Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, which they said in opening statements, let's just see when it was. They said that Gregory Rice was shot, wrapped in a tarp, zip-tied. There were ratchet straps and a cinder block used, all bought in one shopping trip. Okay. Then they went back and forth to a dump site, so we're yet to see something like that. Christopher and Meagan together all night, October 2nd of 2020, doing all sorts of alleged sinister things, although he's admitted to it, remember? They also went to target practice at some point there on October 2nd of 2020. Remember when they said that in opening statements? And they had Greg's phone with them the whole time until around 11 p.m. That's when his phone last pinged. My goodness. So they kept Greg's body in the cooler at the funeral home. And apparently Meagan made it look like he wandered off and overdosed. She made like he was struggling with substance abuse and that he wandered off and overdosed. And she wasn't worried. She didn't want to report him missing. Remember all of that? Wow. So, let's see. So if they were going from here, wow, I would like to know what the address was of that Lowe's, right? I mean, how far would that be from here? Here's the Market Common, Myrtle Beach. Let me spell. I'll take this off in case it shows addresses that I don't want to show, like their homes or anything. Not that I have it on here, but just hold on one second. It was called Abuelos, right? There we go. Abuelos. Let's see where that is. Okay, here's Abuelos. Here's the restaurant that they were at, and that was between 7. It's pop quiz time, everyone. What time were they at the Abuelos restaurant? Also, the video was off, so it was between, they arrived at 7:06 p.m. on October 2nd of 2020, and they left at 7:57 p.m. But they had a very busy night. It sounded like October 2nd, there was target practice, there was Abuelos somewhere in there, murders being committed. They're going up and down to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home. They're storing temporarily Gregory Rice's body. What? And then the next morning, we also saw them back there at that Lowe's sort of area. Wow. Okay, so we have that. So this is where it is. Let's see if we can see the restaurant here. Can we see it? Abuelos. Oh, wow. Okay, there. Mexican Food Embassy. A question said, this is crazy seeing my hometown areas. Sorry about that, right? Okay. So, Abuelos Mexican Food Embassy. This is where they were as well. Having quite the night out while her 4 children were at home, apparently alone, which is why they threw the child neglect charges at her as well. 4 counts of those. And then her daughter testified today, her eldest daughter, and said that after their dad went missing, you know, they had no idea what happened to him. Just suddenly their dad is gone. Then Meagan spent even less time with them. She was there even less. Now, earlier, somebody had said that we should read Gregory Rice's obituary. We did read it earlier together. So Gregory Vincent Rice, 46, died October 2nd, 2020. Suddenly, he was born October 13th of 1973 in Cincinnati, Ohio, the son of Robert William Rice and Patricia Ann Ackley Rice. Now, earlier, someone said we should read the comments. And shame, Savannah, who testified today, said, "This is my dad. We never had a great relationship, but I love him with all my heart. He has done things I'll never be able to look past or forgive, but he never deserved the ending he got. I think about him daily, and I wish people would treat this as if it was their own family member instead of acting like I am crazy too." I love you, Dad, and I hope you are resting easy. Shame. Okay, no, we're just staring at this restaurant. Sorry about that. Let's go like this. You could just see the general location, right? And we'll orientate ourselves north again. Okay, and then also one of the other daughters, Dakota, said, "Hi, this is Dakota, the second oldest child. I really do miss my dad, and I wish that he was still here. A lot of things could have went better, but not every single thing in life is perfect. I wish that I wasn't separated, isolated, or hurt. I want to be seen, but I can't force that. I wish a lot of things, but one thing is don't go after one thing just to get yourselves hurt over and over again." And so it's quite a long one. It's quite a long paragraph that she wrote here. Shame, man. I just want to see if she writes about her dad here. Thank you to the person who pointed me to the comment section here. So they say, what I have to say is thank you for letting me out and seeing the world when I couldn't. You were a true man and you didn't deserve anything bad to happen to you. So that if you just type in Gregory Vincent Rice obituary, you will find that, right? Okay, so we have that. Let's monitor what the court is doing. I'm like, did I lose it? Where is it? Oh, there. They're just showing the painting, okay? They're just showing the painting. So if I just bring this over here, let's just see. This one was from June 5th. Okay, let's have a look at this article quickly here. If anyone's only joining now, we did not do a trial prep episode. There wasn't much information to trial prep, and I wasn't even sure if I was going to cover this or not, because we don't always know if there will be cameras or not, right? Okay, so this is trial date set for woman charged with murder alongside former Horry County Deputy Coroner. So there you could see them. Here's another photo of Gregory Rice, the victim in this case, who was 46 years old when he was murdered in October of 2020. Horry County, South Carolina, WPDE. A woman charged in connection with the 2020 murder of Gregory Vincent Rice is set to begin trial on Monday after being delayed in February. Meagan Jackson and Christopher Dontell, a former Horry County Deputy Coroner, were charged with murder and criminal conspiracy following Rice's disappearance and death. Rice, here he is pictured, the victim in this case, 46, was reported missing on October 5th of 2020. At that time, reports say that Rice was believed to have been heard from last on October 2nd. It's also interesting and part of, I guess, circumstantial evidence. Yeah, no, that you could see the two of them doing things together, the embalmer seeing them, you know, there's going to be cell phone evidence and all of that. But yet, he's only reported missing on October 5th. So once for them, you know, the coast is clear, like, allegedly, you know, it's like, oh, okay, Gregory Rice is gone, body's been taken care of. All right, maybe now we'll report him missing. Right, so on October 5th is when that happened. At that time, reports say that Rice was believed to have been heard from last on October 2nd. In the following days, multiple bloodhound searches were conducted and search warrants served in an effort to locate Rice. On November 8th, he was found dead at a location along the Little Pee Dee River near Pitts Landing off Highway 378 near the Horry County and Marion County line. Don't they just look so happy? My word, look at these two. And what was in it for him? You know, one could think that maybe she didn't want Gregory Rice to have full custody of the kids, or that he was going to expose this affair, or that she would like lose her job or whatever. Maybe her job was on the line, her kids were on the line and everything for her, right? But what was in it for him? This guy was married with 2 children. I think they said his children were aged 1 and 6 at the time. Young children. And he was having an affair with her. But why would you help her? Why would you do that? Unless you want to be with her, but I mean, what? Really? Are you sure? Anyway, wow. Here's, the coroner's office lost 2 people with 1 crime. 2 of them, the deputy coroner over here, Christopher Dontell, and Meagan Jackson, the transporter. And they're only 1 year apart because he's 41 now and she is 40 years old now. So,
No, Your Honor,
Excuse me.
other than there.
Excuse me, Judge. I'll just pause it. We'll get there now. So, former Horry County Deputy Coroner Christopher Dontell. On December 4th of 2024, Dontell pleaded guilty to criminal conspiracy to commit murder and accessory after the fact, but has not yet been sentenced. As part of the plea negotiations, the state asked Honorable Circuit Court Judge Alex Hyman to hold Dontell's sentence until the trial of his co-defendant, Meagan Jackson. Dontell also agreed to testify against Jackson as part of his plea agreement. Can't wait. From the first day, this is a quote now from the defense attorney, right? Amy, I don't know how to say her surname properly. Rozek. So from the first day I've been involved, he's always wanted to plead to what he was guilty of, which was an accessory after. So I think it just took getting us here for that legal precedent to get it done. That's his defense attorney saying that. The charge of criminal conspiracy to commit murder carries a sentence of up to 5 years in prison. Wow. While the charge of accessory after the fact of murder carries a sentence of up to 15 years. Dontell's attorney expects that he will be called to testify against Jackson and said that he hoped the plea would help provide some closure. It's always been very clear, this is a quote again, as to what he regrettably did. He feels terrible about it. He had a lot of time to understand how this all went sideways. I don't think he'll fully understand it, but he hopes at least this plea will start to give the family some closure, she said. Judge Hyman told Dontell he could sentence him up to 20 years in prison. So he could actually get like 5, 10, 15, 12, whatever it is. What do you think his sentence will be, right? Wow. Okay, so the plea deal included dropping the murder and accessory to kidnapping charges for Dontell. So, wow. Yeah, he flipped and he's going to win, you know, because now he's going to testify against her and she faces life without parole if convicted. Now, Dontell is currently being held at the J. Rubin Long Detention Center without bond. His sentencing will be held after Jackson's trial is complete. Meagan Jackson is the mother. She's the mother of Rice's 4 children. He's got 5 children, according to his obituary, but I think he had his first child from a previous relationship, right? Court lurker said, I'm a little confused on if Meagan had Chris's child or not. She said that she was pregnant with Chris Dontell's child. That was something she had told him. Then she said that she lost the baby. I have seen online that there's speculation that she was lying about that. So I don't know if she actually got pregnant or not. Jackson is the mother of Rice's 4 children, so 4 of his 5 children. Following the investigation into Rice's death, Jackson was indicted for kidnapping and conspiracy to commit kidnapping, while Dontell was indicted on conspiracy to commit kidnapping and accessory after the fact. After Dontell pleaded guilty to criminal conspiracy to commit murder and accessory after the fact and agreed to testify against Jackson as part of his plea deal, Jackson's defense attorney described Dontell's decision as a bombshell move. Her defense team argued in court on February 4th of 2025 that they needed more time to prepare after her trial was set to begin on February 10th. They said, now we've got a bombshell piece of testimony all of a sudden, and 2 months is not long enough time to deal with the change of circumstances in this case. Jackson's defense attorney said to the judge. The prosecution, however, argued that the defense had enough time to prepare. And they said, they have tried 3 different times to try this case, the prosecutor said. Every case where there are co-defendants, there's a possibility that one of them is going to testify against the other. On February 7th of 2025, Jackson's defense attorney, Case Britton, we saw him do the opening statements, asserted lawyer-legislator protection. Lawyer-legislator protection grants lawyers who are also serving as legislators a type of limited immunity. Legally, they are allowed to postpone legal proceedings while actively performing legislative duties during the legislative session from January to July. The state objected to Britton's request, citing the February 10th trial date as being agreed upon by all parties in 2024. Judge Nettles, I like that name, Judge Nettles later granted Britton's request after he agreed to waive his immunity for June and July. At that time, Nettles ordered a trial date to be set no earlier than June 1st. On Thursday, it was announced that Jackson's trial would begin Monday, June 9th. And that is when jury selection took place, which was yesterday, if you're watching live with me. Today is, of course, the first day, opening statements, day 1 of a 1-week trial, is what the court clerk told me today. A 1-week trial. Can you imagine? It's very quick, my goodness. Sugarless Natalia, welcome. Welcome to all the new members. Thank you so much for joining. If you can't or don't want to become a member, just remember subscribing is free. And then you're a Grizzly, officially. You don't have to become a member. It's great if you do, but you don't have to. You can subscribe, like, share, leave comments, engage in the chat, vote on the poll. So far, I said, do you think Meagan Jackson will take the stand? And 27% said, hell yes. And 32% said, no way. And 41%, the majority, said, not sure yet. I don't blame you. Well, how would we be sure yet? But she seems the type that could, eh? She could. Okay, and I also want to show you one clip, and then we'll jump back into the trial footage, okay? So just hold on. This one. Okay. Wait, let me see the date. This was from a year ago. This was posted March 22nd of 2024.
Details after authorities placed an Horry County woman accused of killing the father of her children back in jail. Tonight, one of her closest friends is weighing in on why she may be in trouble yet again. Our Ashley Listrom joins us live now from Murrells Inlet, where authorities arrested Meagan Jackson. So what can you tell us?
Well, Rachel, Meagan Jackson's most recent home detention violation led to her arrest here in Murrells Inlet. And a close friend tells me today that arrest all stemmed from her losing her job.
It's hard to find work when you're being charged with murder.
Marilyn Wood, Meagan Jackson's close friend, tells me Jackson lost her job and forgot to tell the Horry County Sheriff's Office home detention unit.
Somehow somebody told that she wasn't where she was supposed to be.
Landing Jackson in jail again. Jackson and Chris Dontell, a former Horry County deputy coroner, are accused of killing Gregory Rice back in 2020. Rice is the father of their 4 children.
She was let out, but she has violated that bond and is now back in jail.
Jackson bonded out of jail 2 years ago, but documents revealed this isn't the first time she has violated the terms of her bond. In February, authorities arrested her for the same thing, violating the terms of her home detention.
She tells me she doesn't know what happened, and I said I don't want anything, know anything more.
Wood tells me she always got along with Jackson, but claims Jackson moved out in the fall and got her own apartment to support herself. Wood tells me she's ready for a decision to be made on the case.
Aren't you supposed to be a speedy trial? It's been 3.5 years.
Oh my word. Okay, so she violated her bond conditions a few times there, one of them being do not contact Christopher Dontell. And she did. Giovanna, thank you for the $20 sticker. That is very sweet of you. Okay, so now let's bring back the trial day and continue on, shall we? Here we go. Okay. I'm glad Law and Crime is streaming this. So is Court TV. We weren't sure if they were gonna. Okay, hey.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, states.
49, 50, and 51.
States exhibits 49, 50, and 51 are admitted into evidence without objection. All right, anything from the defense before we bring the jury?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Skip forward a bit. Okay. Here we go. We will have the 7th witness taking the stand now.
Raise your right hand and then place your left hand on the Bible. You can sit there. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that evidence you're about to give the court in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so be God? Thank you. Just right there, watch your step. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Donna Sue Soles, S-O-L-E-S.
Now, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in today, Ms. Soles. You don't have to give us your address, but do you live in Horry County in this general area?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have family in the area?
My whole family.
Are you familiar with an area called Hidden Landing?
All my life.
And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 51. And just a minute on that. Do you recognize that area?
Yes.
Is that the Pitts Landing area?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask that this be published to the jury.
What exhibit?
51, Your Honor.
All right.
Well, I'm glad we did some map time because they're talking about Pitts Landing. That's what I just heard. So I think this would be related to finding Gregory Rice's body on November 8th of 2020. Let's see.
So, and it's on the same on all three screens. So is this the area that we refer to as Pitts Landing?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you can just stand up and point out on that map where Pitts Landing is. So that little kind of bare area. Okay, thank you very much. Do you recall going to that area the night of November 7th of 2020 into November 8th?
I do.
And what was it about that date that makes it, what's the first thing about that date that makes it stick out in your mind?
My grandma passed away that day, and we went to the funeral. And, well, we always go catfishing down there, like since we were kids. But we left the funeral that day and up on 378 and come back. And my little brother was with me, and he asked if we want to ride down there and check it out. So we did. And then us not living far from there, we went to the house and got our boats, and we went back down there. Just kind of clear heads for today.
And when you went there, were you going to set out catfish lines?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is something that you taught me when the first time we met. So can you tell the jury, what do you do when you set catfish lines?
You set bush hooks. Like you kind of tie the lines to the tree and put whatever you're going to fish with on there, and then you go throughout the night and check them.
So are you actually in a boat on the river when you're doing this?
Yes.
Okay. So did something happen that night as you were setting catfish lines or checking catfish lines that brings you to court today?
Yeah, I came to the third one, and the smell. Like when we went to go to set the line, I smelled the smell.
Shame. Her grandma died, this witness. And then they just want to go catfishing, take their mind off everything, and then they find a dead body. That is just, wow, that is so sad. Thankfully, though, Gregory Rice was found.
When you say you smelled the smell,
It was an awful smell. Like you couldn't bear it. It was, actually, I threw up, vomited.
okay. And what did you do once you smelled that?
Well, we knew it had to come from somewhere, and you look around and really didn't see anything. Then it was getting dark then because it was earlier, and so I kind of shined a light, and I saw it looked like a tarp, but it was like on the wood line, and which is where I shined it. And so we went back to the hill and we didn't mess with that one. I went back to the hill and I told Ronald, and Ronald's my little brother, and I said, there's something about that that's not right. Like, I know it's a smell I've never smelled in my life. And I've done a lot of fishing, a lot of hunting in my life, and it's any kind of animal I've ever smelled, it's nothing like it. It had no comparison. And so when we went back to check the lines, and got to the third one, I told him we needed to check and see, just see what exactly that was. And we got closer, and as we got closer, the flies, and it was the smell. We were both throwing up. And so we went on to it, got kind of close up to it, and Kaylee, which was my little brother's girlfriend, she was in the boat with us, and it was her first time catfishing. And so before we went there, my friend Jamie was on his other boat, which was my best friend's husband now. So we got Jamie to come, and Kaylee got on the boat with her before we went back over there to check out and see what it was.
So let me just stop you there for just 1 second. And Your Honor, I neglected one exhibit that I believe will be admitted without objection. It states Exhibit 48.
Any objection?
Let me, I don't believe so. They might. Sorry, Your Honor. No objection.
All right, states Exhibit 48, admitted in evidence.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 48. Is that what you first saw?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that State's Exhibit 48 be admitted, and I'm sorry, it's admitted, that it be published to the jury.
All right.
So is that what
So you can see kind of like from looking at it, like it looks like a tarp, something of that matter, if you're on the boat out there and you were shining the light.
Oh my
And then, Your Honor, I would ask that.
And the smell to go along with it, like you kind of knew that's where it had to be coming from. So I told Jamie to come and like let her on the boat. And then I was scared too, to be honest with you. And like the water never scares me. But when I saw that and the smell, like I knew it was something that couldn't have been right.
So did you guys get closer?
Yes.
Okay,
And
Your Honor, I would
then
ask that State's Exhibit 49, which has already been admitted, be published.
All right.
And is that a closer view
yes.
of the tarp? And I think before you said that you noticed quite a bit of insect activity. Did you guys eventually go even closer to that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And what did you do once you got closer?
I have a yellow extendable paddle that I keep in the boat, and I opened it, and Ronald pulled me up like to it, and he was back there driving my little boat at the time. But I got up there, I took that paddle, and I kind of, because of course I wasn't going to touch it with my hand, I didn't know, but the smell was so bad in between you getting sick and doing it, but it was so bad, like I couldn't take it on. The closer we got, the more sick I got, and then he got sick too. So he was like, I don't know if I can do this, and I was like, well, we got to figure out what it is. So we did leave, and we went back to the hill, and we had a fire, because you go throughout the night checking these hooks. And Ronald, I don't drink, but Ronald does drink, and he had a couple of shots of Fireball. And I was sitting on the tailgate of the truck, and he said, sis, what is it? And I said, Ronald, you're not gonna, like, you've been drinking, you're gonna think I'm crazy if I tell you this. And I was like, something's nagging.
Jackson, she's just right on about hearsay.
Okay, it's this thing, can't get into what anybody else said. Let's see here.
Look at the defendant's face. Oh my word, we got to actually remember this face while this testimony is happening, as the father of her 4 children's body was being discovered, because she was almost like, I don't know, trying to look sad. Wait, we got to remember this, and then remind ourselves when they show us text messages, because apparently she texted boyfriend and said, hey, you need to come and fetch his body out of the cooler and get rid of it. So in one way, maybe she was a little bit she felt distant or separated from where his body was actually placed. Maybe it could be upsetting for her to see, but oh please. Okay. Of course, she's innocent until proven guilty.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I was explaining that. I was telling him, and that's why we went back. And I was like, something's nagging me and telling me something ain't right about it. Like, we need to go check it out.
So based on that, did you then get even closer?
Yes, and when we went back, I took the paddle and put to, like if you're looking at it, the left side.
Okay. And Your Honor, if I could publish previously admitted State's Exhibit 50.
All right.
They must just be careful with this, what they're showing, hey? What is it? Don't get too graphic now.
And so did you I'm sorry, did you get that close?
Yes.
Okay. And you were talking about a yellow extendable paddle. What did you do?
Okay, so I'm just going to put a trigger warning out there because they are talking about the discovery of a body that had probably been there for over a month. Gregory Rice's body was wrapped in a tarp, zip-tied. There were straps, and there was a cinder block actually weighing him down. So now, when poor Donna Sue Soles, she doesn't know the defendant, she doesn't know these people, she just went out after her grandmother's funeral to like clear her mind with her family, and they went catfishing and then discovered this tarp and the smell, and then realizing, wait, gotta check this out, and yeah, it would be Gregory Rice's body, right? So yeah, it's so just know that it could be upsetting if anything gets too much for you. I don't think this should be too graphic, but if it does, just know we'll always save your seat.
I took the left-hand side of it and kind of like went to pick it up, and like the water, it was slippery. Like
that the person who just left the courtroom, Gregory Rice's eldest daughter, obviously also Meagan Jackson, the defendant's daughter, she just left the courtroom. That was too much now. Oh, shame. Oh, no.
You know, like it had, whatever it was had been there, and the paddle slipped, and then I put it back and I tried to pick it up, but it was kind of heavy. So Ronald come up, and my little brother again, and he held me, and when we did it, it was around like this part of the legs.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I just have to describe it for the record. Okay, she's pointing here, so kind of around the knees.
So yeah, like the bottom part is what it looked like, and but there was a ratchet strap around it, around like the side. But when we pulled it up more, and then so I said, I didn't know what it really was, but it looked like it could have been, you know, something. I thought a body. But then I went to the other side, and like you couldn't see the round part in the water. But again, I couldn't pick it up by myself because I mean it had been there, and I knew there was weight to it, and it was kind of scary. And so Ronald helped me once again, and we put the paddle and did it, and it was around the head. Like you could actually see the round part through the tarp.
Now you talked about seeing a ratchet strap.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see anything attached to the ratchet?
Cinder blocks.
A cinder block?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In addition to kind of trying to lift up both ends, did you do anything else to determine what was inside the tarp? Did you have a knife with you?
Yes. When we saw the round part, Ronald said we need to call, and I said, yeah, we do, but you don't. If you call them and say you found a body or you didn't really know what it was, I was like, there's going to be so many people out here. And again, it kept bothering me. I was like, we got to, you know, he's like, let's just make sure. So being that the head was on that side, or what we thought was the head by the circle part, I said, Ronald, you're going to cut like towards the top. You could tell it was a cypress stump. Like we go fishing out there all the time. So whatever it was caught up on, it looked like part of that cypress stump. And he made the first slot, and you could, like the paddle and the light from the one I had a light on my head, it kind of looked like the jeans in the maybe muscle, like. So it made me think it had been there a while, but then you couldn't exactly know for sure that's what it was.
Did you cut another spot on
Yes, on up. I said, don't cut, like, we're not going to cut like closer to the head, like, because you don't want to see that. Like, that's enough to live with. And you could see like the shirt and like the rib cage.
Okay. Nothing further at this time. I believe Mr. Casebritton will be questioning you, so just please answer any questions he has.
I'm so sorry that you had to be the one that someone pulled us out. Actually, sorry about your funeral earlier that afternoon. You said that you were out there early evening?
Yeah, well, catfishing, you set lines like an hour before dark. Or you set the hooks, and then you go throughout and just check them, because you got to have them back up an hour before daylight.
Okay, so look, I'll be honest with you. I've got no idea about catfishing. Last thing I know about catfishing, if you stick it
Well, I know
on,
you're trying to get the time. You're trying to get the timeline, you
Well, I'm
know,
trying to
like
figure
because
out-
it was later on that night.
Later on that evening.
But you go and you set them, and that's what.
Only one can talk at a time.
I'm just thinking, whoa, the poor court reporter right now, just like, and then they're both talking over each other over here. Slow down, everyone. Okay, so.
We've got a court reporter that has to take
okay.
everything down, all right? So ask your question and then allow her to answer.
Yes, sir, John, thank you. Correct. I'm just trying to establish a roundabout timeline.
Right.
You said you were at a funeral.
Yeah, my grandma.
And I apologize about that. We just lost our grandfather a couple months ago. Daytime, 2 o'clock type funeral?
Yeah, it was earlier that day.
Earlier that day, okay. So y'all are going around and, did you say your son, your stepson?
No, my little brother.
Little brother, okay, I'm sorry. Just want to go clear his head, get out on the water.
Well, we always go catfishing down there,
Yeah,
and I mean it's like every other weekend thing. And on the way back, we was like, let's go down there and check it out and see how the water is. And then we had buried grandma, so it was like that's perfect time. So we ran to the house. Like I said, we don't live far from there, so we hooked to the boats and went back.
Great place to get out, clear your head on the water. Do you have first-hand knowledge how that tarp got there?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, good, Rex?
Wow, the defense didn't even go with the whole tampering with evidence line of questioning. One would think they would go there, like, so, what else did you do? So you didn't immediately call the police? You went out there, poked around a bit, got closer. What else? You know? I don't know. One would think a defense attorney would go there. Not trying to give them ideas, I'm just saying. Okay, then. But yeah, I think we can all take a lesson out of this moment and say, whoa, if you ever find something like that, a tarp or what you think could be a dead body or so, yeah, call the police. Just call the police.
No, Your Honor, I would ask that Ms. Soles be released from her subpoena.
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you very much. State can call you next week.
Your Honor, the state calls Captain Heather Wilson.
Witness number 8. I think some of the most direct evidence is going to be when they show them shopping for those exact items. That tarp, the zip ties, the cinder block, the ratchet straps, all in one shopping trip. All found with Gregory Rice's body. Yeah, we like it when they're not smart.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on the Bible. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence you're about to give the court in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Could you just state your name and then spell your last name for the court?
Heather Wilson, Wilson.
Sorry, I'm just trying to gather some of the exhibits so I'm not walking back and forth quite as much. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Captain Wilson. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Where do you work?
Horry County Police.
How long have you worked there?
For since 2005. Sorry, it's been so long I almost forgot.
Do you have any prior law enforcement or military experience before joining Horry County Police Department?
Yes, I worked for Myrtle Beach for about 9 months, and prior to that I worked in Danville, Virginia as a police officer in Danville City Police Department.
What is your current assignment?
Currently, I am a captain, and I am assigned to the 2nd Precinct, which is also referred to as the South Precinct, and that is in the Socastee Burgess area of the county.
What was your assignment before that?
So before I was promoted to captain, I was the supervisor in the crime scene division.
Did you hold that position both as a lieutenant, since you were just promoted to captain?
Yeah, so it would probably be easier if I just, so I spent almost 10 years in crime scene as a detective, and then went to homicide division and worked as a detective, was promoted to sergeant, worked on patrol, and then came back to the crime scene division as a sergeant. And then
I don't know why the court sound just dropped a little bit. Just hold on. Let me make it a little bit louder for you, okay? Stand by. Wait. Put it like that. Okay, this should be better. Stefan said the camera person picked a fine spot for the camera. Yes.
And ultimately I was promoted to a lieutenant in the a lieutenant in the crime scene section, where I stayed until I was promoted to captain.
Thank you. That was much better worded than my question. So both as the sergeant and the lieutenant in crime scene, what types of responsibilities did you have?
So ultimately the responsibilities were the same. As far as overseeing the crime scene division, I would also go and help or assist with scenes. I would take on my own scenes. I would help with training the new crime scene investigators that would come in, reviewing reports, fingerprints, processing of evidence, ordering, and then just normal business type things that you would think in any job.
If I'm doing my math in your timeline correctly, you were working in the crime scene unit in October, November of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your rotation in the crime scene unit, did you become involved in sort of globally the missing persons that turned into a homicide of Gregory Rice?
I did.
Directing your attention specifically to November 8th of 2020, did you respond to a call for service regarding human remains that had been found in the Little Pee Dee River?
Yes, I did.
Did any other crime scene investigators go with you?
Yes, at that time we had another crime scene investigator that I was training. He was brand new, and he responded as well.
Great. Were you familiar with that location prior to responding this night?
Yes.
So if we could, Your Honor, 51 has already been admitted and published. I'd just like to show that again. Is that the area to which you responded?
Yes, it is.
When you first got there, can you just describe what you saw? Were there other people there? What was sort of going on?
There were other people there. Marion County Sheriff's Office was there, and ultimately I wasn't sure exactly where the possible remains were located. So I got in a boat with DNR to go around to view, because as you can tell, this line, it shows a line between Horry County and Marion County. So we were trying to figure out what jurisdiction was going to be taking over the case.
Okay, so that's the line that's going through the river. That's the county boundary?
Yes, it is.
I wonder if Meagan and Christopher Dontell planned that, I don't know if they're that smart, okay? At this point, they don't seem it. But why would they choose this spot? Do you think it's because they knew that there would be this dispute between the two counties, or what? I don't know.
How, you said you got into a boat and went out?
Yeah, that's fine. I remember making
Your Honor, I believe State's Exhibit 148 will be admitted without objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 148, admitted in evidence.
Showing you State's Exhibit 148, is that actually a photo of you going out towards the body?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that Exhibit 148 be published.
All right.
And I believe, is that, who's that in the boat?
Wearing the orange, that's me, and then the one with the mask is a DNR officer, and I don't remember what his name is.
Okay. So there were several agencies who responded out to this call?
Yes, there were.
How was it decided who would, I'm jumping ahead, was that object eventually retrieved from the cypress stump?
Yes, it was.
How was it decided who would go out there to make that retrieval?
So the Marion County deputies ended up talking to the Marion County sheriff, who said, Horry County crime scene is already here, so will they mind go ahead and processing the scene for us? Usually smaller agencies like Marion County would call in SLED to come and work cases, or an agency around them that had the resources to assist. So ultimately, it was decided that we would assist with the processing of the evidence. And like I said, I did go out with DNR to see what we have, because again, they're trying to describe it to me, but I got to be able to see it so I know what resources to get, which then our fire department was called in to bring their boat so that we could utilize their boat to pull the victim out of the water.
Can you describe what you saw as you approached this object in the river?
So the first time when I went out, I just saw the tarp, as you can probably see in the last photo you just looked at. It looked like a gray tarp, and that's what you could see floating at the time. Yes, thank you. So that is exactly what I saw the very first time that I went out. And then I began to see more as I went over the second time. I don't know if I'm jumping ahead, but the second time when I went out with DNR, I was in this little John boat, and the other investigator was in the fire department boat. And then I could see that it was a person as they were pulling the tarp and the human remains out of the water.
Now, these have already been admitted and published. So I'm showing you State's Exhibits 48, 49, and 50.
So Loba Volcano was just asking how long, from when Gregory was murdered and his body was discovered. What was that time frame? So he was murdered on October 2nd of 2020, and his body was discovered on November 8th of 2020. So just more than a month.
Yes.
Okay. And so did you recognize these photos?
I do.
Okay. And did you get as close as the photo in State's Exhibit 50?
I did, yes.
Okay. So if we could put up State's Exhibit 50 again. So I believe you said that the fire department boat was used?
To retrieve? Yes, to retrieve, yes.
Were you present in that area when the body was retrieved?
Yes, the DNR officer and I were still kind of perched over at that same tree that you saw in the last photo. And that was just because there's no way that we were going to be able to pull the victim onto the Little John boat without flipping that boat. So we were still there so that I could visually see and direct the new investigator on what to do.
What did you see as the fire department was pulling the body out of the river?
I could see parts of a human body. I could see additional tarp. I remember them saying it's hung on something and them trying to figure out why they couldn't load the victim onto the boat. And then ultimately they found ropes, and it was connected to cinder blocks. So they just kept pulling and pulling, and were finally able to get the cinder blocks as well on the boat.
Shake your sister. You're like, can you move the trigger warning sign? No, I'm literally putting it there intentionally. There are guidelines that I have to follow on YouTube, otherwise the whole stream can be pulled down. And even if they don't pull down law and crimes, they might pull down mine, they might pull down all of ours, all of that. You can't show certain things, and they are, if you look at that tarp, where I put the trigger warning sign over was where there's like a split in the tarp and there's human remains in there. So no, I put it there intentionally to, as a trigger warning, to protect my channel and all of that as well. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you. First indulgence.
And of course, as I always say, to protect the dignity of the victim, even though we can't see much in that photo, I'm just not sure. It looks like it could be something not to show.
So I'm going to send no objection to 52. Okay. Your Honor, the state would move to admit States Exhibit 52 and 54. I believe that would be without objection.
That's without objection.
All right, the State's Exhibits 52 and 54 admitted into evidence without objection.
So if you could look at States Exhibits 52 and 54 and tell me if that accurately reflects, before we publish it, accurately reflects what you saw.
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask that they be published to the jury. So let's start with Exhibit 52. Can you describe what we're seeing in State's Exhibit 52?
Yes, so the blue tarp, I believe that's probably one of the firefighters' arms that you're seeing. And then the blue tarp is what the firefighters use to put down on the front of the boat so that they could pull the victim up onto the boat. And the gray tarp is what the victim was in. And then you can see it's like a green tie strap is what I would refer to it as. And you should also be able to see in the corner up here, it's harder to tell in the photo, but in person you could tell that it was a human being.
And then if we can go to State's Exhibit 54.
And this is the rope that I was referring to, and the cinder block that was attached and wrapped around the victim.
Oh my word, just look at that. Look at the ratchet straps and the cinder block. And then those, I'm trying to hold myself back, those idiots. They went shopping for these exact items. I hope they show us that footage, whether it's from Lowe's or Walmart or whatever the hell. I think they said they went to Lowe's. Buying those items together, the tarp, the strap, the cinder blocks, the zip ties. What? Oh my goodness. Sure.
After the body was brought to shore, can you give us a more full description of sort of how the body was wrapped?
Yes, so as the fire department was pulling the victim onto the boat, the victim moved a little in the wrapped tarp because of the weight of the cinder block. And they weren't prepared for a cinder block. They were just thinking that it was just somebody wrapped in a tarp. So the victim was moved a little when they pulled him up. But then when we got to shore, so the fire department boat with the victim, and then myself and the DNR officer followed behind. We got to shore, and then we were able to take photos of the victim who was wrapped in the tarp and then wrapped in a couple of blankets. He was dressed, and there were zip ties and the rope that you saw, as well as that brick.
Where before you removed the tarp, where did you see the zip ties?
On the outside of the tarp, if I remember correctly. I would have to look back.
Okay. And eventually was the tarp taken off of him?
It was.
What, can you tell us what you saw?
Like for the victim?
Yes.
So the victim was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, pants, shoes. There was a pack of opened cigarettes in his pocket, a lighter in his pocket. The victim was badly decomposed, so it almost looked like he was somewhat mummified. And it was hard to tell, but there did look like there was a couple of small holes in his shirt. And but again, it's if someone is in water for a long period of time, it would be difficult to see small wounds.
Was there a lot? Were you able to see a lot of blood?
No.
Did that surprise you?
No, it didn't, because again, there was no gaping wound or a head laceration, or there was no large holes, so you wouldn't really see a lot of blood. Even if there was a large hole, you wouldn't expect to see a lot of blood if someone was submerged in water for a while.
Did you...
Let me just pause. I'm trying to put my finger on as well. Why does it seem like this one is pretending? Because, how can I judge like that? How do I know that she's like, oh no, and this is so horrible? It's because she worked for the coroner's office. She transported deceased people all day long. That was her job. She also instructed, allegedly, according to text messages we haven't seen yet, but that's what's been reported, right? Her boyfriend, the married guy, the deputy coroner, to go and get rid of this body. It is done. I need you to get Gregory out of the cooler. Yeah, and get rid of the body. And now she's sitting there looking as if she's horrified. Just like, can't believe it. Okay then. That's why. Do you feel the same? Let me know. That's my opinion. I just feel like, I don't believe her. I don't believe her in the faces she's trying to make over here.
You or the other crime scene investigator who was with you take photos of the tarp once the victim was removed?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, the state would ask to admit Exhibit 55. I believe it's without objection.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, without objection.
State's Exhibit 55, admitted it without objection.
I was just peeking to see if they show anything very... Ooh, they do. Wait. They're showing something over there. We'll have to be careful.
A photo of the tarp after the victim was removed?
It is.
Your Honor, I would ask that this be published.
All right.
55.
Thank you, Joel.
So what, if anything, did you notice about the tarp, or can you just describe what we're seeing?
So the tarp was very sandy from being in the water and then also pulling them onto shore. And the zip ties are at both ends of the tarp. So you can't really see it in this photo, but at the top end, there's a zip tie, just like there is on the bottom. And you can see the extra part of the zip tie on the bottom. right next to the eyelets.
She's trying to look disgusted. She's shaking her head. Lady, remember what your job was. Remember that you're accused of murdering the father of your children. No, she is innocent until proven guilty, but like, holy crap, lady. It's like, can't believe it. Who would have done this? Okay, all right. Jasmine says, can we snark about her in the next memo stream? Probably yes. Probably yes.
Did you or other investigators collect that tarp?
Yes, we did.
What did you do with it?
So everything that was collected right then, I'll go back. It was decided that this was going to be Marion County's case. At the time, we didn't know who the male was that was deceased. So Marion County was taking the case. We collected everything and signed it over to Marion County Sheriff's Office. Ultimately, after the autopsy and we were able to determine who the victim was, we then went back and took custody of all of those items and brought them back to the Horry County Police Department.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 131.
I'm just going to pause quickly. Suzanne Martin said, let us see, let us see. You can always go to Law and Crime and see it there. I do want to say that in the previous trial, we just watched Maxwell Anderson's trial. Some of the mainstream media articles shared pictures of the victim that, you know, the court could see. They didn't stream it, thankfully, because they actually did respect the victim, you know, and so they didn't stream certain pictures. But the media went and took those exhibits, took photos of them, and posted them. And the victim's family and their attorneys were devastated by that. They were shocked. They said, this is disgusting. Now it's being passed around in the dark web. People are passing these photos around. It was so graphic and gruesome. And they said there was a complete injustice on top of everything. And so remember that I'm here for the victims and their families. So I'm not going to show certain things. If you don't like it, you can go look at it somewhere else. But over here, there's certain things I'm not going to. I'm here for the families, right? Summertime, thank you so much.
Do you recognize what this is?
I do.
What is it?
So the box is titled Gray Tarp from Victim on Scene. And this is my handwriting, and this is how it was ultimately packaged. Do you want to open it?
Yeah. Your Honor, with the court's permission, since it's not published yet, may I just walk around the witness stand so she can open it?
May I stand, Your Honor?
My word, are they gonna pull the tarp out? Selena said there's nothing wrong with wanting to see. It's not disrespectful to want to see. Well, it depends what it is. Sometimes it can be disrespectful to want to see. In this case, no, I don't think seeing the tarp is a bad thing. That's why I reduced the size of the trigger warning. But obviously, if I, as the content creator, is like, let's see, that's different to you wanting to see. We have different responsibilities, right? Also, oh my word, if you guys missed it, if you're only coming now, Shame. Savannah, the eldest daughter of Meagan Jackson over here, and of course the victim, Gregory Rice, she left the courtroom just when they showed the water in the dark and the tarp at a distance. That was too much for her. She left the courtroom. So, oh my goodness, I hope that she has support. I'm sure she does, but I hope she does, and I hope that she knows that there's lots of people all over the world that have her back, right? My goodness, so. She testified today. I will timestamp it for you later.
Yes. Preston, do you want to, before I publish it, or ask that it be published?
Yeah, Your Honor. Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Was 131 admitted? I would ask that 131 be admitted. I believe it's without objection. Sorry. And then I would ask that it be published.
We should push that down.
No,
thank you.
131 admitted into evidence without objection.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. And is the tarp wrapped in, I guess, protective plastic?
It is.
And why is that?
Due to, it's a biohazard, obviously, because someone that was deceased was inside the tarp, which is inside the biohazard bag.
Okay, so if you could just lift up the wrapped tarp and explain how you recognize that it is the tarp that was recovered that day.
So it is labeled with the case number and the description that it is a gray tarp. Every piece of evidence has a tag, which is here, this white tag. It feels like a tarp. It's my handwriting. It's sealed on the back with the evidence seal with the date and my initials. Inside the box with my handwriting, the date, and the initials.
Sure. So thank goodness they're not opening the tarp up.
You mentioned that there were zip ties on either end of the tarp.
There were.
Were those also recovered?
Yes.
And same thing, they went initially to Marion County and then back to Horry County?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I believe there's no objection to the admission of State's Exhibit 127 and 128.
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 127, 128 admitted into evidence.
Are those the zip ties that were removed from the tarp?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that these be published.
All right.
And then showing, I believe you said when the tarp was sort of unwrapped that the remains were wrapped in other material?
Yes. A couple of blankets.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of State's Exhibits 129 and 130 without objection, I believe.
Any objection?
No, sir.
State's Exhibits 129 and 130 admitted into evidence without objection.
If you could look at those and tell me if those were the blankets or the sheets that were recovered from the victim's body.
Yes.
And again, how do you recognize that?
So they have the labels up here at the top. Like I was saying, every piece of evidence has a label, but I just recognize it from collecting it and packaging it.
Your Honor, I ask that Exhibits 129 and 130 be published.
All right.
Okay, and then you also, get my work back. You also talked about, I know, I didn't know this morning. There, a cinder block that had been secured around the victim.
Yes.
Was that seized and taken into first Marion County and then Horry County evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
No objection.
Do you want to know?
I got a bad back.
Do you want to know?
Oh, sure, I'll come here.
Where's that?
36, Your Honor.
Would you like me to hear it? I know you're talking to me. You're tougher than me, sir.
Your Honor, I believe that it's being admitted without objection.
Any objection?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
State Exhibit 36, admitted in evidence without objection.
And again, Your Honor, with your permission, we'll go up so that Captain Wilson can open it.
Yeah, she's looking worried now.
I wrapped it like a Christmas present.
Okay. Now, if you can take that out and just tell me if that is the cinder block that was recovered from the victim. And if so, Your Honor, I'd ask that it be published.
All right.
This is.
Okay, so if you can, I'm making you carry it now, so
Okay.
if you can just kind of open up the box and show it.
Your Honor, may I walk back?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's Exhibit 56. 56, not
56?
56, not 36.
State Exhibit 56, not 36, is admitted in evidence without objection.
Your Honor, may I walk down with it? Thank you.
Her face. Lots to analyze there.
There's the cinder block. Everyone can see that?
I'll take the whole box back.
Well, can I want this one?
Can you put it back on that box?
And then put it
And then
on
put it on the table, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Captain. Did your involvement in this case continue after the recovery of, well, let me back up. Were those remains eventually identified as the remains of Gregory Rice?
They were.
Did your involvement in the case continue to include a search or a processing of the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
Yes, it did.
At the time that you did that search, did Horry County have any definitive information on where a crime scene might be?
No.
Do you, and if you don't, that's fine, do you know what directed attention to the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
I probably did then, but I don't remember now what actually directed us in that direction.
And basically, as crime scene, you kind of go where they ask you to go and process the scene.
Correct.
So did you, on November 13th of 2020, participate in the execution of a search warrant at the Myrtle Beach Funeral Home?
Yes, I did.
What were you looking for there?
So ultimately, we were looking for any type of physical evidence that would suggest an assault occurred there. So like cleaned up blood, body fluids, any evidence of a shooting, investigation, just to see if something possibly occurred there. So we were looking for body fluids, blood evidence, firearm casings, projectiles, that type of stuff.
Were you ever able to definitively determine that there was a crime scene there?
No.
You said that you were aware that the remains had been identified as Greg Rice. Did you ever learn how he had been killed?
Yes, we were advised that he had been shot during autopsy. There were multiple projectiles found in the victim's body that were collected.
Were those 22 caliber bullets?
I believe so.
Okay. In your, I guess it'll be about almost 26 years of law enforcement, have you received training at each one of your departments?
Yes, I have.
Has that training included training on firearms?
Yes.
Have you in fact carried a firearm as part of your profession for the last, what did I just say, 29 years?
26.
26. Yeah.
Yes, I have.
So are you familiar with different types of weapons and different calibers of weapons?
Yes, I am.
What, if any, significance did it have to you that the victim had been shot with a 22 caliber firearm?
Objection, Your Honor. This is speculative. I don't understand what this is. Hey, I don't understand the question.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Certainly. Based on your years of experience, what, if any, significance did it have to you that the victim had been shot with multiple times with a 22 caliber firearm?
So a 22 caliber would leave a very small wound or a small hole, regardless of what the bullet is penetrating. Therefore, it would be more difficult to see.
I'm not going to object again now that I know where the answer is headed. She's trying to qualify her as some kind of expert that appears in forensics. She didn't do the autopsy, she's trying to skip around that and have her testify about bullet holes and what a bullet hole would leave. It's not her area of expertise.
I agree with him, right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can continue your answer. I believe you were saying that it would be smaller holes, smaller wounds.
Yes. So with over 15 years experience in crime scene, I have worked a lot of deaths, unfortunately, due to homicide and sometimes suicide. So on top of the training and the hands-on experience, I can attest that a 22 caliber firearm would leave a very small hole in regardless of what it is impacting. So that made sense to me in us not really being able to see large holes on the victim when we recovered him from the river that day. So that made sense to me. Plus it would make sense to me for maybe someone not hearing an assault that occurred with the victim.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just saying, unless she's a ballistics expert, I'll strike that last statement.
If I can, I'll rephrase a question.
All right.
Counsel has asked a number of other law enforcement witnesses if there were any reports of shots fired on the night that Greg Rice was killed. Based on your experience with different handguns or firearms, would the caliber that was used have any effect on that?
Sustained.
Okay. In your experience, you said that you've processed a number of scenes, whether they're homicides or suicides, in your 20-plus year career. How many cases involving shootings have you responded to or participated in?
Hundreds.
For each one of those cases, has there always been a call from anyone regarding shots being fired?
No.
Nothing further. I'm gathering Mr. Preston Burton will be asking questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. In crime scene, that's what you are typically involved in crime scene?
I was at this time, yes.
Okay. What involvement do y'all have with 911 calls and reports? You're not getting that in part of the investigation, are you?
What do you mean?
Well, you're not getting information about whether or not there was a call from a neighbor about hearing somebody shoot a gun 5 times. Are you?
So usually when we are investigating a crime, we do what's called a round table. And so the crime scene investigator gets with the detective, and then the supervisors, and everybody discusses the case as to how the call came in, what happened before, what the detective has, what the crime scene investigator has found, so on and so forth.
Okay. And so let's answer me this. Where is the crime scene? Where is the crime scene?
I don't know, sir. I can't tell you where the crime scene is.
I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Where's
The address, quite frankly.
Where's the crime scene?
I can only tell you where the victim was found.
Okay.
Look, she's amused by that. I was also amused by that. He wasn't looking at the witness. Where's the crime scene, huh? Where is it? Sir. Okay. Look, she's like, okay.
So you can't tell us as we sit here today, in a murder trial, where the crime scene was.
Are you asking me the question again?
I am.
Okay. No, I cannot tell you exactly where the crime scene was. That is correct.
Can you tell me, did you investigate any other potential crime scenes in this case?
In regard to this victim?
That's correct.
So we did search his residence.
That's right.
And
no,
his.
I'm sorry. I didn't cut you off.
Oh no, I was just saying. You go ahead.
And that was on October 16th, right?
Yes, that is before he was found.
Okay. And that was 2 weeks, right? About 2 weeks after the date of death?
So October the 16th is when I first learned that he was reported as a missing person. And they asked us to come and search his house. When I say they, the detectives asked crime scene to come and assist.
Okay. And you did that, right?
We did.
Okay. And to do that, did you park your car in the parking lot anywhere around the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get out of your car?
Yes.
Did you walk to the apartment?
Yes.
Did you take the sidewalk?
Yes.
And when you did any of that, you seem pretty thorough. When you did any of that, did you find any shell casings?
No.
Did you see any blood stains?
No.
2 weeks later, did anybody approach you and say, ho, 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 we're glad you're here because we heard some gunfire on October 2nd?
I don't have that information. I don't know.
Nobody approached you, though? No neighbors approached you?
No.
All of these items that have been identified in your round table Did it ever get to you? Those were all items that Chris Dontell purchased?
Yes.
Okay.
And there, they exposed their defense strategy. They're going to blame it all on Chris Dontell, the former deputy coroner, the former boyfriend of the defendant. He was married with 2 kids. He was having the affair with her, right? Okay, but this is very dramatic now. Like, okay, let's. I wonder if Chris Dontell went and bought those items alone. If so, it's going to be interesting.
He went to Lowe's by himself and got the center block, right?
Yes.
He got the zip tie.
I don't remember everything that he purchased, but I do know that that was mentioned during our roundtable.
That's right. The round table, they told you he got the center block, he got the tarp, and he got the zip tie and a Pepsi. Is that right?
Like I said, I don't know exactly what he purchased, but I do remember there being video of him at the store purchasing several items.
Okay. And when you're...
Can't wait for the cell phone evidence. We want to see her text messages instructing Chris Dontell to do all those things. That'll be interesting.
When you were investigating Myrtle Beach Funeral Home, did you lift any fingerprints that were relevant to this case?
I don't recall lifting any fingerprints.
No fingerprints. Okay. How about any relevant footprints?
No.
Did you lift any? Did you do the analysis for Meagan Jackson? You involved in that? Did you see any? Did you try to lift any fingerprints for Meagan Jackson?
No, I did not.
Did you do that at Greg Rice's apartment?
For fingerprints?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I did not.
Did you get any footprints of Meagan Jackson at Greg Rice's apartment?
We didn't look for footprints. We did spray the apartment.
Oh, that's right. Did y'all get a sample, like a little sample for Greg Rice's DNA?
Like his hair brush and his toothbrush, yes.
Okay. And why would you collect that evidence?
Objection, Your Honor. Captain Wilson is actually not the investigator who collected those items.
But if she knows why it was collected, I'll allow it.
So, like I was saying, he was reported missing at the beginning of October, and then October 16th when we were doing the search of his residence. Because he had been missing for that long, we wanted to have something with his DNA to have as a standard so that we could send a sled in the event he were found.
Okay. And that was in fact done, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you, at one of your roundtables, did you get to hear that blood was found on the shoe of Chris Dontell? Isn't that right?
Yes.
But not Meagan Jackson.
Like not her shoes?
Not anything related to Meagan Jackson. No article of clothing of hers had any of Greg Rice's blood on it. Is that correct?
As far as I know.
As far as you know. Well, we got it on the top of Chris Dontell's shoe and the bottom. Isn't that right?
I don't remember where it was on his shoe, but yes, there was blood on his shoe.
You want to report some diligence, please? I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, pretty right.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. So if, just trying to do my math, Greg Rice is killed on, October 2nd. The body is recovered. His body is recovered November 7th to 8th. So a little more than a month passes, correct? Am I doing my math right?
October
Yeah,
2nd. I don't know the exact date that he was killed. I just know He was reported missing, I think, around October 4th or 5th, and then we were at his place on the 16th, and then his body was found on November 8th.
Would the passage of time from October 2nd to even October 16th, would that potentially make a crime scene more difficult to find?
Yes, it could very well. Plus, depending on the weapon that is used or how someone dies will depend on how much blood would be present to begin with.
If Gregory Rice was shot down the street from his apartment on the road leading out towards Clay Pond Road, would you expect to find shell casings or blood as you parked your patrol car in the parking lot, got out of your car, walked on the sidewalk, and conducted your search at his apartment if he was killed down the road?
No. And we would have no reason to go down the road searching for that unless the detectives were able to canvass the area and get video surveillance to say that, hey, we saw the victim walking this direction, and then we would go search that area.
If the location where Greg Rice was killed was not learned by investigators until more than 4 years after he was killed, would that affect your ability to collect any physical evidence from a crime scene?
Yes, if it's on the roadway or on the side of the road, just due from traffic going up and down the roadway, and then you have lawnmowers cutting the grass and so on and so forth.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, I would ask that Captain Wilson be released from her stand.
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, you're pretty good.
Thank you.
Jake, can you call your next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Drew Edwards.
Jessica asked, was she just laughing? I wonder who was laughing at the time when they paused while they were asking the questions.
Please raise your right hand and place your left hand on top. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the evidence trying to give the court in this case be the truth, so help you God, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get you to state your name and then spell your last name for the court.
Yep. My name is Christopher Drew Edwards, EDWARDS.
Court's indulgence, I'm just trying to...
All right.
This is the 9th witness for the day. They've been flying through witnesses today.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that there will be, and there will be more exhibits that I will offer through this witness, that States Exhibit 59, 60, and 61, along with Exhibit 149. I believe there's no objection to their admission.
Any objection?
No, sir, Your Honor.
United States Exhibits 59, 60, 61, and 149 are admitted in evidence.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Detective Edwards,
Yes, ma'am.
where do you work?
I work for the Horry County Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
18 years since October 2006.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Narcotics and Special Operations Division as a gang investigator.
How long have you been in that assignment?
Since April of last year.
What was your assignment back in October of 2020?
I was assigned to the violent crime section of our investigations division.
So what types of crimes did you investigate?
We investigated anything from homicides, armed robberies to overdose deaths.
What types of things did you do during the course of those investigations?
Common things we would do, we'd find witnesses, interview them, canvass areas where the crime occurred to find any video or evidence that we could find.
And that's not a comprehensive list?
No.
When an investigation comes in, how is it assigned to a lead investigator?
So if it's a call out, like something happens in the middle of the night and they need an investigator right away, the on-call person would get it. If it's something that happens over the weekend and it's like a property crime, it would be assigned, the next business day.
And is it common for other investigators to assist the lead investigator with some of these tasks that you have to do?
Yeah. Some of these cases can get very complicated with a lot of work to do, so the work can be split amongst different investigators.
Directing your attention to this case, did you become involved in the investigation into the disappearance and murder of Gregory Rice?
I did.
Were you the lead investigator?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who was?
Detective Susie.
Did you, in fact, however, help Detective Susie with some of the assorted tasks?
I did.
So directing your attention first to November 8th of 2020, did you respond to a call about a body being found in the Little Pee Dee River?
I did.
And Your Honor, may I put Exhibit 51 up again? It's been admitted and published. Were you familiar with that area prior to responding there?
I was.
Can you describe that area?
Yep. So Pitt's Landing is on Highway 378. It's as you're exiting Conway. It's like one of the last things in the county before you get into Marion County. It's a boat landing. It's a dirt lot surrounded by trees, and then you have the river.
Is that an accurate representation of that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did you see when you got there?
When I first got there were patrol vehicles and I believe some fire personnel were on scene.
Were there any civilians there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And Captain Wilson testified about the kind of county boundary that runs through the river. Did that present any sort of unique jurisdictional issues?
Yes, ma'am. For us to investigate it, it would have to be within our jurisdiction.
So on the Horry County side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When had Mr. Rice's remains been removed from the river when you got there?
No, ma'am.
Were you there when they were eventually removed?
I was.
Okay. What's going through your mind at this point?
So we were having to, once I got there, I had to wait on Marion County crime scene, and the fire department was sending out their dive team, so it took a little bit of time for all those resources to get there. The prior month, Gregory Rice had been reported missing, and I know through some of the investigation we had obtained some cell phone records for people close to him. So while I was waiting on them, I looked at a program called Cellhawk to see if any records showed anybody out that way near the boat landing during that prior month. There was one record that showed Christopher Dontell out there a day or two after Gregory Rice had been reported missing.
Yeah. So did that lead you to believe anything in particular? Or?
That it's not very often you find a body dumped in a river. So it led me to believe it could possibly be Gregory Rice.
And I may have asked you this before, but did you remain on scene as the body was removed from the river?
I did.
Okay. Can you describe what you saw when the fire rescue boat got back with his remains?
So when the fire rescue brought the body back in, there was a tarp that was secured on each end with zip ties. There was a ratchet strap attached to it with one cinder block attached to the ratchet strap. The body was in a very advanced state of decomposition and could not identify him just by looking at him.
Honestly, I don't feel like carrying the cinder block again, so I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 149, which I believe has been admitted without objection. Does that look to be a photo of the cinder block that was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, made that one published?
Yes.
I'm just checking that they're not going to show anything.
Did you notice anything unusual about the cinder block?
It's not a cinder block you typically see. It's, I'm pretty sure everybody can picture a cinder block in their head. This one, if you turned it sideways, it had little tiny slots in it instead of a big open square. Kind of stood out.
Showing, if I can republish, State's Exhibit 54. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And Captain Wilson identified the tarp and the zip ties. Were you there when, and you can see the ratchet strap in that photo, were you there when that was recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I don't believe there's any objection to the admission of State's Exhibit 126.
Any objection? No, sir, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 126 admitted into evidence without objection.
Is that the ratchet strap?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would ask that this be published to the jury.
All right.
Were there, when Mr. Rice's remains were removed from the tarp, did anything catch your attention as being significant to him?
Yes, ma'am. So we had a Facebook photo of Gregory. He's wearing a black ball cap with a comic book Punisher logo on it. He's also wearing a Village Surf Shop t-shirt. And we had been told he liked to smoke Marlboro Reds. This person had a pack of those in his pocket. He was also wearing, he was described to always buy cheap shoes from Walmart. It's just what he liked to wear, and that's what this person was wearing.
Okay. Now, let me go back to the tarp. It's wrapped up in a nice biohazard kit. Were you able to look at the tarp from State's Exhibit 55, which has already been admitted and published?
Yep.
Was there anything in particular about the tarp that you were able to use as an investigative lead to find out where it had been purchased?
Yes, ma'am. The brand on it led us to look at Lowe's home improvement stores.
Were you looking just for the tarp, or were you looking for other items like the ratchet strap, the zip tie, the cinder block?
No, we were looking for somebody that might have purchased all those items together.
Were you able to find any evidence of a transaction where all of those items were purchased together?
We were.
And where had that purchase been made?
The Lowe's home improvement store on Seaboard Street.
Not a Walmart, Lowe's home improvement store. All items purchased together. Can you imagine?
Who did you speak to when you went to the Lowe's home improvement store?
Loss prevention employee named Robert McKnight.
And I'm approaching with, Your Honor, these have been admitted without objection. So that's State's 59. Oops, bless you.
Bless you.
60 and 61.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those items that you received from Mr. McKnight?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would ask that 59, 60, and 61 be published to the jury.
All right.
We'll start with 59. And what is depicted in State's Exhibit 59?
It's tarp, ratchet strap, zip ties, and cinder blocks.
So newer ones, right? Not the ones.
Yeah, these are just like stock images from Lowe's.
I'm sorry?
It's like a stock image from Lowe's.
And showing you State's Exhibit 60. Put that up. What is depicted in Exhibit 60?
That would be a transaction receipt for the items purchased on October 3rd, 2020.
Okay. And does that also have a timestamp on it?
Yep, so it says 14:54 hours, which would be 2:54 p.m.
All of that
And
and a
then if we
Pepsi.
could bring up Exhibit 61. What is depicted in Exhibit 61?
That would be Christopher Dontell with the items in his shopping cart.
Your Honor, I'm approaching with Exhibit 60.
He's even holding his Pepsi here. This guy, he's like, okay, tarp, zip ties, ratchet strap, cinder block. But not enough, really, but okay. and a Pepsi. Going shopping at Lowe's.
62 and 63. I believe there will not be an objection, but Detective Edwards, you recognize State's Exhibits 62 and 63.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize them to be?
Surveillance video, and I think it's both surveillance video.
Is one from the point of sale and one from the parking lot?
Yeah.
Are those both from the Lowe's improvement?
Yes, ma'am, on Seaport Street.
And how do you recognize them?
I signed them.
And did you review them as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So, did the stills depicted in Exhibit 61 appear to come from the point of sale surveillance video?
They do.
And you said that you reviewed the parking lot surveillance video.
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did you see that would be relevant to this case in the parking lot surveillance video?
After Dontell purchased the items, he took them outside and placed them into his county-issued Ford Explorer.
C&J Hoyt said, curious, is she denying it even though her ex-lover has confessed? Well, yeah, I think she's blaming it on him. Can you imagine if she was the one to say, okay, I plead guilty. I'll testify against him. Sure, it was really about who's going to flip first, right? And he did. He was smart to do that, pleading guilty. And will testify against her.
Probably should have asked this before, but were you familiar with Christopher Dontell prior to this investigation?
I was.
How?
From working violent crimes, we deal with coroner's office, unfortunately, pretty frequently, and I had worked cases with them before.
Were you familiar with the defendant?
I was.
And how?
She comes to pick the people up whenever they pass away.
Of course it will. Nothing further at this time. If you'd answer any questions from Mr. Preston Britton.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for being here.
No.
Just a couple questions, really.
Yes, sir.
The Cellhawk stuff, did you do that? How did you get the Cellhawk app?
I just logged into the website.
Okay. You weren't involved in any kind of extraction for phones?
No, Cellhawk would be like cellular CDR records. It wouldn't be like an actual download of a phone.
It's not download. It's a.
It's like call detail records.
Call detail
Somebody had.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe out of just curiosity, but these cigarettes in his pocket. I mean, they've been in the water for 30 days. I mean,
Well, it was a pack. I didn't like open the pack of cigarettes.
it was a sealed pack.
I don't remember if it was sealed or not.
And just want to confirm on that receipt, we did have a Pepsi.
Pepsi Zero.
Pepsi Zero.
Yep. Yep.
Read right?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
May we?
That was it? What kind of Pepsi was it? Pepsi Zero, huh? Sus.
You have a time scheduling, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, Your Honor, may Detective Edwards be released from his subpoena?
No objection, Your Honor. I agree with that.
Yep, Stefan says that their text messages probably reveal who the leading character in that plot was. I can't wait to see cell phone evidence. Show us some Uncle Google searches. Show us some text messages. Yeah. So what do they do? What's the time now? Locally, it's almost 5. I know there's no sound right now. We're just watching the sidebar.
Gentlemen, the attorneys have advised me this is a good break for us to go ahead and break for the day. Leave your notepads in the jury box. I ask that you please be back again at 9:15 tomorrow morning. Again, do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't conduct any independent investigations. Don't watch any news reports. If anything big happens, I'll let you know. I hope everybody has a good evening, and we'll see you back at 9:15 tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Hey, Beautiful Struggle says, we want all the data. We do. I just want to see if the attorneys say anything. Of course, then we're going to teleport, redirect, whatever you would like to call it, to tomorrow, which will be day 2. Okay, and I can't wait to see if tomorrow, will Chris Dontell, will he testify tomorrow? We shall see. Aaron says, you called it, Grizzly. I was wondering, I'm not sure if this jury is sequestered or not. I don't think so, but I heard the word sequestration earlier, so I was thinking, are they sequestered or not? If anyone knows, let me know, especially if you're local, tell me. Then I thought maybe they'll go on longer, but it seems not. It seems not. So just before 5 p.m. today, they ended.
Anything from the defense?
No, sir, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess till tomorrow morning. I'll try to take the bench as close to 9:30 as possible. All right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, now, brother?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see her demeanor now. Quickly, show us camera person. Show us what she's like when the jury's out of the room. Right? Janine Doyle says, Uncle Google's gonna get you. He always does. Oh, damn. Now we're going to be blinded by this light. Let's just do that. Okay. So, everyone, are we ready now to go to day 2? I look forward to seeing that with you tomorrow. We saw 9 witnesses today. And, I mean, today is Tuesday, June 10th. And this trial is only set to last for this week. If they need to, they will go over to, Monday or Tuesday. But they think it'll only be this week. So, it'll be a short one. Let's see what will happen. I think we're going to still see some interesting evidence. I look forward to reading your comments below. Now, let's all go to day 2. I'll be over there. I'll say hi to you over there. And then, of course, I'm going to do timestamps for day 1 for you. I always do timestamps right after every stream, no matter what time of the morning or whatever night it is. Whatever time it is for me, right? It's almost 11 p.m. my time. Timestamps coming up, and I'll see you there at day 2. Thank you so much, everyone.